transforming healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. A very warm welcome to all the viewers. A good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to wherever you are connected to us from. This is Amrita Sharma welcoming you to another episode at Healing Our Earth. Today's episode is on integrated health. Before we take up more talks and discussions on what is integrated health and how it is important in our lives, let's start up with a mantra. Today's mantra is talking about peace. Peace with health, peace with a disease-free environment, and peace with happiness all over. So join your hands, close your eyes, and let's chant. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah Sarve Santu Niramayah Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Phaleshu Dukh Bhag Bhave Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah Sarve Santu Niramayah Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Phaleshu Dukh Bhag Bhave Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah Sarve Santu Niramayah Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Phaleshu Dukh Bhag Bhave Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Welcome back. Today's episode is dedicated on integrated health. Integration of health in today's time is very important. Not just talking about one system of medicine for curing, but there is a very big importance of realizing how important it is to integrate various facets of health. And the integration of health can bring a new revolution globally in the terms of health system providers, in the terms of financial burdens that the countries are taking up for health, in the terms of healing and also curing of many, many diseases that can be prevented, and loads of things can be improved on socioeconomic basis. For that, today, I will be having a lot of other people, experts from different modalities, and they will be sharing with me a lot of things in relation to that. But before we take up all this, let's invite today's co-host, who is with me, Dr. Rajiv Gupta. Professor Rajiv Gupta is trained in Western and allopathic system of medicine with his clinical experience of 30 years. He has realized a lot of gaps between the modern system of medicine and has been working since past 10 years over different system of medicine, including complementary as well as alternate system of medicines to fill in those gaps. He has written loads of research papers, are working on different platforms to fill these gaps. He's also chairman of advisory board of International Organization of Integrated Health Practitioners, and also a regular contributor as well as a senior host at Healing Our Earth. So let's hear from him what he has to say about integration of health and his contribution on that with other experts that we have today. Global Namaste to you, Dr. Rajiv Gupta.
Global Namaste, Amrita. Thank you so much. And thanks to Healing Our Earth team, all my colleagues and friends with whom I have worked for so many years, bringing how we can bring the health of people who are listening and their friends and relatives even better and to the perfection. We all know that health is not just absence of disease. It is getting the systems and organs to work in a way that delivers us a happy and healthy life. And health can be physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, social, all kind of that. And that is the reason why we have called it integrated health, because it takes all those aspects into one goal. And I am, although as you mentioned, allopathic or Western medicine practitioner for 30 years, I have over past 10 years devoted a lot of time to try and understand what other systems of medicines exist and how they can work with the Western medicine or modern medicine in order to fill the gaps. Because with best will in the world for next foreseeable decade or so, Western medicine or allopathic or modern medicine is go to number one for majority of people. But there is gaps, and having worked there, chronic diseases, dementia, arthritis, there are many conditions where there's no perfect cure. People get to see the doctor and then again and again getting painkillers, for example, for chronic pain, and there is no permanent relief or cure. So why can't we bring other disciplines of medicine, including Ayurveda, yoga, acupuncture, qigong, tai chi, and many other disciplines, so that they all can work together and bring the best benefit to the patient. So today's episode is focused on working the modern medicine with Indian traditional medicine and with like modern medicine with traditional Chinese medicine. So these are like two big systems with which modern medicine can work. And hopefully you will see that there are very high quality speakers, and we will get those opportunities of bridging the gap between the systems to some extent. These are not easy steps, and we have done so many episodes trying to bring them together, but we will need a lot more work to be done between us in order to have that harmonization and a little bit more bridging, so that the best tool from the toolkit can be drawn for mending what is needed. So integrated holistic medicine, as I call, is the future of healthcare. And although not believed by many, there is increased inclination for integration, and efforts are there both from medical and other disciplines for working together for a better mankind. So, if we think this way, holistic care thus address the whole person, the body, the mind, the emotion, and the environment, rather than just isolated function or the organ, which promotes the use of wide range of the health practices and the therapies. So this is something, a newer concept in past like 10 years or so, but becoming increasingly worked out more. And through this international organization of the integrated health practitioners, which has practitioners from modern medicine, Ayurveda, yoga, acupuncture, Tai Chi, Qigong, hypnotherapy, homeopathy, aromatherapy, dance therapy, music therapy, and dietetics, the nutrition, and many other disciplines, all of which have very important role to play in the human health. And imagine if we can bring all of these together, we can provide a fantastic system that would be immensely useful for people. And that is the effort I have been making over past 8 or 10 years or so, very actively devoting countless number of hours. And that actually is quite satisfying for me, because there are people who had asthma, rheumatoid arthritis, SLE, fibromyalgia, and many other conditions, who were having significant difficulty, and they are now cured or are very well controlled. So it is really very helpful, and therefore the intention is to bring everything together. So, whole the role of Western medicine, Ayurveda, homeopathy, osteopathy, chiropractic, naturopathy, dietary supplements, psychotherapy, hypnotherapy, reflexology, etc., can all be part of one system to give that. The mission is about this integrated health practitioners work together and bring the traditional healing wisdom with the modern medicine practice for promoting the integrative approach. And I'm pretty sure there will be many people in our platform, which include the YouTube Live, the Facebook Live, Periscope, etc., that they have the problems of diseases which have not been cured. And therefore, this is an opportunity that what we are trying to bring through our vision would be able to help them, even if not immediately in near future. So we will try and help as many people as we can, and there might be opportunity for some questions, but if not, then we can take some questions and then get back to them as we need. So I think that's the most important part.
Wonderful, wonderful, Dr. Rajiv. So we have a lot of experts lined up for us today. So who are we going to call first? And I can see loads of experts today. So a very warm welcome to Professor E. Sharma. Global namaste to you, sir. Professor E. Sharma is at chair at University of Mauritius. And over to you, Dr. Rajiv, for further talks. Thank you.
So yes, Ish and I have been talking at least like 8 or 10 times in past week or so for planning this episode, and it's really good. As you know, he has got almost like 15-20 years of experience into Ayurveda, education, training, patient care, as well as into connecting dots together. He has started, he's currently in Mauritius, and he has in some way motivated the government about a program into the school. And that is, I think, very, very interesting. We actually wanted to do this whole program of Eat Smart, Think Smart, Be Smart in UK, but UK being so conservative, and therefore there are a lot more barriers, and it's probably a bigger country, but at least part of that has manifested into Mauritius, which I'm very glad about. And for many of you might not know, Ish is from a traditional Vaidya family and did his post-graduation from the National Institute of Ayurveda in Jaipur, and worked in Jodhpur, where I was born, and spent initial years there and did my medical and postgraduate qualification from there before coming to UK around 26 years ago. And it's really good to see that we have a lot of thinking in harmony, and hopefully today's program will bring it all together, how we work into these episodes. So just before that, so Ish is one, then we are going to have Shridev Pondani. He is primarily Ayurveda surgeon and is very, very good in thinking about how Shushruta, who was the father of surgery, which started many thousands years ago, and how there are similarities between the Ayurveda and the modern medicine. We also have got Pardeep from Australia. Bless him, it's like midnight there. But I spoke to him a couple of times. He's very keen to contribute to this big mission project. He's going to talk about the healing versus treating and the theoretical versus practical concepts. So that's really fantastic. We will bring also Vishal, who is in some way with a practitioner, but has done a lot of work into Nad Yoga, which is like how mantra, reciting, and meditation and sound can help. And later on, I'm just jumping here, that sound healing, which you will hear from later around 5 o'clock. And Sharon is bringing around. So how sound healing works. So these things are not existing in our modern medicine literature, but these things do exist. So how we can pull these together, and that's very, very good. Hema Malini is coming around. I think we'll bring her shortly before 3 because she's got an appointment at 3. So I think that'll be quite good. So yeah, we have got a fantastic. Then we have traditional Chinese medicine. So Keith Sharp will come, and he is kind of a fantastic coordinator and has done a lot of work with Tai Chi and Qigong for last 10, 15 years or so. And Amelia Weiching, she is unfortunately having some issues with internet, but I'm pretty sure she will join. And so this is a fantastic lineup. So let's just listen to them and we will take it from there. So I'm thinking that we might actually go in and out, but let me try and bring Ish if he is here, and then I will try and work. I will.
Yes, Dr. Rajiv, he's very much here. Please go ahead. Thank you.
We will have a kind of a double role. We might actually fight with each other, perhaps not, but let's see how well we can do it together. So do you want to start or do you want me to start, Ish?
Maybe you can set the tone, Dr. Rajiv.
Fantastic.
You can set up the context, and then we all will be listening to you, and one by one, we follow the suit.
Cool, lovely. So if you think for many, many people, it is that the modern medicine Ayurveda are thought to be two systems which are quite commonly thought to be contradictory, and sometimes the practitioners of the two systems pass on derogatory remarks about other system or even hate the other system. But actually speaking, the two systems have a synergy and work together for a better patient care. And therefore, the plan today is to bring this synergy together, particularly in the harmony. So if I talk about the modern medicine, it is based on the scientific approach. It utilizes evidence-based practice, employs the advanced technology, and focuses on diagnosis, treatment, and prevention of diseases. This is what is said classically about the modern medicine, or the plus points, or I would say the highlights. Ayurveda, on the other hand, is an ancient Indian system of medicine, 3,000 years plus, and has been working even before the modern medicine existed. It emphasizes the balance in the bodily systems. It utilizes the diet, the herbal treatment, the yogic practices, etc., which is being born in India, I can resonate with. And it focuses on the preventive care and the natural healing, which is extremely good. So I think this is which is important for us to do. So while modern medicine is 19th century onwards, Ayurveda is 5,000 year old. And if we can bring the core principles together, it will be great. So let me just think of the core principles of the modern medicine. So diagnosis, which is the identifying the disease very accurately, because there are the modern medical tests which exist. and you can clearly define the medicine and have a diagnosis based on that. So this is a strong plus point. Evidence-based treatment, using the treatment which is validated by the scientific research. And that is the other, because evidence-based treatment through the randomized controlled trial, which is blinded, and you open the blinding and know which one worked better. And that is a fair and a robust way of knowing. Technological advancement, the cutting edge technology for the treatment is actually quite powerful in the modern medicine. On the other hand, if you think of the core principle of Ayurveda, then it is balancing the doshas or energies or bi-energies, vata, pitta, kapha, and that is actually quite important to personalize the care or medical care or healthcare given. And that's very powerful. Holistic approach, treating the whole person rather than just disease, is very important, Ayurveda. And the natural remedies using the herbs, diet, lifestyle changes, etc. These are extremely powerful in Ayurveda. So why can't we bring these two together? So the complementary strength, if we think of modern medicine, is in acute care, emergency intervention, and surgeries. On the other hand, Ayurveda, the strength is in preventive care, chronic condition management, and the holistic wellness. So the integrative approach will be combining the best of both systems for the comprehensive health care, and therefore enhancing the patient outcome and improving the quality of care. So this is, in my view, quite useful, and hopefully through the episode, it will become more and more clear that this collaborative approach, particularly if we get to progress gradually, how different diseases it will work and what are the strengths of each system for different diseases. So I might just kickstart, say, for example, diabetes. So modern medicine is insulin therapy, and we have oral hypoglycemic agents, whatever, different type of medicines used, and monitoring blood glucose. While in Ayurveda, it's the dietary adjustment, herbal supplements, and the lifestyle changes. So these are the important bits which are there. I might actually briefly run, we might come back to this topic again. For hypertension, similarly, the antihypertensives, the medicines that are used for controlling blood pressure, but lifestyle modification. On the other hand, Ayurveda actually has the herbal remedies like ashwagandha, arjuna, etc., but also stress reduction techniques like yoga, meditation. And similarly for arthritis, I must say that modern medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs or like ibuprofen, etc., but they on long-term does cause kidney damage. So that is in some way a benefit, but in long term, they are not very helpful. On the other hand, Ayurveda offer herbal treatment, boswellia, turmeric, panchkarma therapy, which I think we might get is to talk a lot more about it. I kind of have very superficial understanding, but he's specialized in it, and he's going to talk a lot more. So let me just mention a couple more diseases, and then we'll get back to Ish to expand on these. So if you think of asthma, the modern medicine has bronchodilators, corticosteroids, allergy management, etc. On the other hand, Ayurveda has breathing exercise, pranayama, herbal remedies like vasaka, licorice, dietary adjustment, etc. So these are, you can imagine, these can work together. So there's nothing which is like contradictory. And if we take the right elements from each system, it would work. And similar for depression and anxiety, modern medicine has antidepressant, counseling, cognitive behavior therapy. Ayurveda has meditation, yoga, Brahmi, ashwagandha. And for digestive disease, if you think, modern medicine has antacids, proton pump emitter, and diagnostic tool, endoscopy, imaging. Ayurveda has the herbal treatment, triphala, ginger, dietary adjustment, It's so many of the same is in skin conditions. Modern medicine is steroid, immunomodulator, light therapy, and on the other hand, there are herbal paste, neem, turmeric, dietary changes, panchkarma. So these are so good. So I think that is such a interesting way of getting it together. So I might actually get now Ish to expand more on his view how these can work together, and then expand on the special things like Abhyanga, um, Panchkarma, and the herbal medicines, etc., and where the two systems can work together. So, NIV's welcome, Professor Ish Sharma.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Can I share my slides? I have a few.
Yeah, please do.
Right, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you very much for the initiative, Dr. Rajiv Gupta. And this is a very substantial initiative, which will take time, but this is going to be the ultimate, like I believe, the future of healthcare system and medical system, because the diseases are becoming more and more like difficult to treat, and we are failing to support them with one particular system. And that is where integration is the need of the hour. And we have been discussing it for last 2 years. And thanks to Mr. Neil for this opportunity. The original idea to join this platform was we have to bridge the gaps. The conference we were planning in Mauritius was based upon the same theme, that various experts would be coming and we would all sit and explain, detail, justify, argue, deliberate, and we reach out to a conclusion. Okay, like for diabetes, this much is to be given by the Western medicine. Ayurveda can contribute by this, activity, panchkarma or diet modification. What can come from acupuncture? What can come from hypnotherapy? So one protocol done. Then we go to like arthritis and bronchial asthma and whatnot. So sooner or later that day will come. And I kept my presentation very short, bridging the healthcare gaps. And because we all are well introduced, I don't need to introduce myself anymore. Ayurveda has some unique principles which cannot be translated into any other language or any other healthcare system. What is a pure healthcare system? A pure healthcare, a pure medical system will be the one which uses its own anatomy, physiology, pharmacology, pathology, treatment, like a pure language. When your fonts are your own, then that language is pure. Like German and French, for example, they use English alphabet, so that might not be a very pure language. The characters, the fonts have to be your own. Ayurveda did not borrow the anatomy, physiology, pathology, treatment, surgery principles from anywhere else, because it is believed to be the oldest. There are evidences that Chinese came to India to learn what not, but there might not be many evidences which shows, the records which show that Indians went to China to learn like healthcare or any other sciences. There has been a research by a top American university scholar who zeroed in upon the conclusion that all the wisdom in the world emanated from one spot only, and that is India. All the wisdom. That like it could be language, it could be painting, arts, or engineering, or healthcare, and everything, that it went to all parts of the world, and then it took another shapes, it was localized and came up as another system. The most important principle in Ayurveda is Tridosha. That is why even we call it like whatever Charak and Sushruta have mentioned, that all is Tridosha Ayurveda. There can be another approach which is practiced by a very small group in Pune, that is Panch Bhautik Chikitsa, where they factor in the 5 Mahabhutas and not the Tridosha. When we have 5 like parameters, then we surely can be more fine-tuned. We do not have to choose among 3, we choose among 10, among 5. But surely Tridosha, because it links to the life, Tridosha is the only difference as per Ayurveda between the living and the non-living, or the living and the dead. What do we lose after death? From the Ayurveda perspective, Panch Mahabhuta created this human body that remains the same, at least for some time. After death also, we are left with two eyes and two hands. So what is missing? What is missing? The missing is Tridosha, the physiology. So Panch Mahabhuta is the anatomy and Tridosha is the physiology. Tridosha are much easier to ascertain than these could sound, because these are purely based upon physical attributes, physical qualities. So this surely it is irreplaceable. Then Prakriti, what body type you are. This is very, very important, and this is gaining more and more acceptance for last 10 years after this study called Ayurgenomics, where the Ayurveda scientist and a group of scientists from Bangalore, they could find the Pitta Prakriti gene in your genome. So the day is not far when they will soon be, or maybe someone from us will be ascertaining the particular SNP, single nucleotide proteins from our genome, and single out that, okay, these set of SNPs are found or are related to Vata type, Pitta type, Kapha type, or dual Prakriti, or a combination of all the three. That will be the day when a newborn will undergo a blood test, and his Tridosha blueprint will be printed out that, okay, he is going to be a Vata Pitta person. He will be of this temperament. His age will be roughly like this many years. He will be good at these sports, this profession, and everything, like his spending habits. Based upon your Vata Pitta Kapha analysis, a lot can be worked out. And sure, these things take time. After Prakriti, and Prakriti is also very important because we are not able to reach to a conclusive diet plan. The World Health Organization came up with the first food plate in 1974 for the reasons those were like economical. In after World War II, 1950s and 60s, many believed that we are poor, we are not rich, we cannot buy very expensive food. How can we be healthy? We are destined to be unhealthy because we cannot buy very expensive food. To dispel this myth, in 1974, the WHO gave the first food plate that, okay, you need not buy anything expensive. If you just eat this much of basic food, cheap food also, you will be equally healthy. And the food plates kept evolving. 1992, 2011, like food plate, my pyramid, they kept on changing the names and kept on playing between those six food ingredients, that is proteins, carbs, and fats, and mineral water and proteins, carbs, and fats, mineral water, and vitamins. Vitamins are actually a form of protein only. Why are the food plates evolving? Because these are this is an attempt to one size fitting all, which is still not working. And that is where there should be a day when an Ayurveda food plate should come up. It will be a bit more complex. There will be 7 types of food plates with 10 questions each. You have to find first you are a Vata or Pitta or Kapha or a dual Prakriti, or you are a combination of all the three. Once you know from the very basic do-it-yourself questionnaire, okay, I'm Vata Pitta, this is your food plate. I believe that will be a bit more complicated, but end of the day, we have to address them individually, where one size might not be fitting all. 6 tastes. The 6 tastes from Ayurveda Shad Rasa is a very, very unique principle, and that is what impacts Vata Pitta Kapha. Dietetics is very, very important. And in dietetics, the 8-fold Ayurveda dietetics is gaining more and more popularity. I recall one shloka from a text which is not very popular. This goes like this: Aharam pachti shikhi. That is, the fire digests ahara. Your food is digested by your fire, your metabolic fire, your digestive fire, your enzymes. Aharam pachti shikhi. Doshan pachti ahar varjitah. If you don't take food, your metabolism will destroy your toxins. Now, this particular shloka, which is at least 3000 years old, was re-established by Professor Ohsumi, for which he got the 2016 Nobel Prize. What he did was, he took some baker's yeast, he took some fungus, he grew some diseases in those fungus colonies. And then what did he do? He did nothing. He kept observing under microscope without feeding them. And what he noticed was, within 12 to 24 hours, one cell organelle called vacuole, the counterpart we have in our cells is called a lysosome. And the fungus cell has got a counterpart called vacuole. He saw vacuoles were moving towards those diseased portions, and after a few hours, those diseases were removed from the fungus, from the yeast cell, from the fungus, and the cell became disease-free. He called it autophagy, that is self-eating. Your defense mechanism, your Agni, your metabolism will destroy the toxins selectively if you go on intermittent fasting, if you don't overeat, if you don't eat when you are not hungry. If you give your fire some chance to attack your toxins will be destroyed. Surely it is not mathematics, not 100%. If you are diabetic, you don't eat for a week and you become non-diabetic. That is not the case. The loose toxins which are available to be scavenged, those will be destroyed. And we all know, and this goes on against all diseases. Interestingly, undereating has been highly recommended by Ayurveda, and in no exception, overeating is recommended. You could be very weak, low blood pressure, falling down, reeling, grossly underweight. Then also Ayurveda has not recommended to overeat. Overeating will never help. So that is what we have to explore, Ayurveda dietetics and the Panchakarma. Every machine will undergo wear and tear and will require what we call a periodic maintenance. You take your car for a routine service. It is running perfectly fine, but you know, okay, 5,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, I have to go for a periodic maintenance. I have to service my car. And you spend some money and you come home happy. Because we do not love our body as much as we love our car, we do not take this body for a periodic detox. The periodic detox principle, Panchakarma, exists in Ayurveda only. It is very effective for the healthy, and it is very effective for the disease as well. It can treat, it can prevent, it can elevate, even it can cure many diseases which are almost like labeled as incurable. So Panchakarma should be explored more and more, and we have to rediscover, we have to be on the same page. So the scientific evidences behind these have to be rediscovered, because then only the world would listen to us. And I believe many of us are already on that track. They are doing the same. Forte, Ayurveda is personalized, non-chemical approach. Now, we have been consuming various natural products for millennia, for thousands of years. That is how we are used to them. But whenever we discover something called NIH, new in human, which is a concept from pharmacology, from the drug discovery, first in human or new in human, anything which is going in a human body for the first time, FIH, that surely we do not know what will it do. That is where we have to undertake like animal studies, and we have to go to like phase 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 of the clinical trials. Some succeed and some fail, and unfortunately some studies fail after many decades. Like we have the example of thalidomide. There are many unfortunate outcomes which can come when we are installing some chemicals inside the human body. We have to take them which are very well established, but when there is a dire urgency. Ayurveda is proactive, preventive, promotive. It can proactively assess you based upon your Vata Pitta Kapha constitution, that what diseases you are going to have in future. It can be preventive through preventive Panchakarma, through preventive diet and lifestyle modifications, and it can be promotive as well. If you want to promote a particular organ, you can have that particular protocol. Shodhana or detoxification protocol, Panchkarma, is surely I believe, the strongest tool Ayurveda has got. Now, last slide. How can we bridge the gaps? Early installation of Ayurveda dietetics, as like Ayush Wellness program we did in the schools in Mauritius, or Eat Smart, Think Smart program by Dr. Rajiv Gupta. Because if we believe in reactive healthcare mechanism, that is, today I'm not a diabetic, so why should I take care? I'll go to the best diabetologist in the world when I am a diabetic. That approach will be too little, too late. So you have to be proactive. Okay, maybe my family tree has got no diabetic. My forefathers were not diabetic, but diabetes does not only come to you if you have got a family lineage. There are new patients like emerging. That is where, if we catch them young with, and the strongest, the biggest medicine as per Ayurveda is food. So if we can make some changes in dietetics in the budding years, especially age group 6 to 12, because this age group is the most habit forming. If we can inculcate these healthier eating habits without being into any contradiction with the Western dietetics, then this can be a nice little step which can improve their habits or their life, and the outcome can be very promising. 80% of health budget, 80% of diseases, and 80% of deaths in each country are accounted for by non-communicable diseases. NCDs do not, fortunately or unfortunately, NCDs do not depend upon a very nice infrastructure, a very good hospital near to your home. It is, you have to introspect, you have to heal yourself. Any external help might not be of like great support. So, and as we were speaking earlier, like a diet and lifestyle as per your body type, as per your prakriti, this can be something very unique, which can bridge the gap and which can lessen the burden of diseases on the society and can support the Western medical system. They can be less burdened when the patient turn-up is lesser. Periodic, which is called as preventive or immediate or curative panchkarma detox, this should be practiced. This is way easier than we think. Okay, how can I conduct panchkarma? This could be something very technical, very difficult. No, this is very, very simple. No chemical, no surgery, no like rocket science. Anyone can be trained in panchkarma within no time. And interestingly, there are patients, like especially cancer patients or autoimmunity patients or cerebral palsy kids, who require repeated panchkarma, and every time a doctor cannot be with them. That is where we train the family members in delivering panchkarma to them, because they have to be with the kid or with that ailing family member, and they require panchkarma every 3 months, every 4 months. So every time it will not be feasible for them to spend so much of money, so much of infrastructure, bringing the patient to the clinic or bringing the doctor to their home, for 1 month of panchkarma. That is where we are training many family members to deliver panchkarma. We show them, we give them the inventory, we train them, and then they are doing it wonderfully well. Then the last statement from my side will be preparing integrative protocols. As I opened my remarks with, that is what we wanted to gather for, that is to develop particular protocols against like diabetes or arthritis or whatnot. What will be the contribution from what system? We'll be debating, arguing, deliberating, and then we reach to a conclusion. Okay, for diabetes, this much of Ayurveda, this much of Chinese, this much of homeopathy, and this much of Western medicine. And this will take a lot of time, but the day might not be far when we sit together. We'll be developing, for example, protocols for 10 top diseases only. And we are like, right now, we are 11, 12 persons on this platform. 10 of us, 11 of us are following those protocols against those top 10 diseases. And then we share the results and we publish papers and we try to establish what we are offering and how can this help. This was the last sentence. I don't have a lot to talk. Maybe if we have got some questions and answer, Dr. Raji, we can take up. Thank you very much.
Amazing, amazing. It was so good and so powerful. And I think most of people who are listening can imagine that we are from different system. Although saying all that, I declare my interest that during my medical MBBS classes, in the evening, I used to read literature, and then during my summer holiday, I attended the Ayurveda college, and that's the reason why I have started my interest right there. And one of the period during the internship, I did my homeopathy diploma from Mavalil Homeo Mission. So I am quite keen that there is so much of overlap, and that would be fantastic to bring it together. I am quite interested because a lot of people do not know, and there is nothing like Panchakarma exist in the modern medicine. Do you want to expand on what it is and how does it work? What is the kind of mechanism behind it, and what diseases can it help?
Sure, Dr. Rajiv.
I can see Pardeep is here as well, so please feel free to chip in.
Great. Ayurveda believes that in the process of living, we keep on accumulating toxins with the given uh, heredity material, with our genetics. We get something from our parents. We are more like prone to X, Y, Z diseases. Then stress, wrong eating, wrong lifestyle, pollution, like GM food, trauma, aging. With all these onslaughts, we are accumulating toxins every passing day. And that will be circulating. Ayurveda says those toxins will be circulating inside your body and will try to attack the weakest organ. We have got a generic immunity. Overall, what is your immunity? Then every organ has got its own immunity. Those toxins will be going to your heart, knocking over there. Your heart, being very immune, will kick them away. No, I will not let you enter. You cannot conquer me. Okay. The toxins go on to liver, they go on to kidney, they knock every door, they try to, sneak into any house, any cell available. If every cell has got a nice immunity, those toxins will be ultimately removed by our body because the body wants to stay healthy. But sometimes the toxins are too much, and we are unfortunately like ensuring a non-stop supply. The toxin supply is not stopped because our habits have not improved. Our stress, our wrong diet, pollution, aging, the genetic predisposition, both modifiable and non-modifiable factors are taxing. And there comes a day when one or the other disease manifests. Ayurveda says you should periodically be detoxifying your body. In the northern hemisphere, what is told? 3 hours in the month of March for women, 1 hour into 7 days in the month of June for Vastis, and 12 hours in the month of September. So March, June, September, this is your health insurance. Pradeep will agree with me. This is your health insurance for which you pay no premium. If you undertake Vata, Pitta, Kapha detoxification, when they are heightened, when they are vitiated by nature in those particular seasons, when it comes to the southern hemisphere, we just add 6 months to these months. So this can be a nice periodic detox, which will ensure that whatever was building up, and unfortunately, that will be seen much later when the diseases have really, surfaced, when already the liver has gone very bad, already when your heart blockage is too much. The heart blockage, no one knows better than Dr. Rajiv Gupta. Foam cells are the precursors for atherosclerosis. And foam cells start a build up when you are aged 10. When you're 10 years old, foam cells start building up and they are compressed, become very hard. And then you end up having atherosclerosis. The biggest pathogenesis in the world, like the leading cause of death in the world, is atherosclerosis, one word. If we come to one disease, then that is IHD. But the one pathological mechanism, then this is atherosclerosis. So diseases do not surface in one day. oh, how come in last 1 week I'm like 50-year-old, I'm 60-year-old, and now for the last 1 week I'm told I am diabetic? How did diabetes come to me? We do not know that we have been working very hard. Ayurveda says being healthy is natural, prakriti, and being unhealthy is vikriti. The body wants to stay naturally healthy. And Charak has also told NCDs, non-communicable diseases, where diabetes is the leader, will be a one-way traffic. Prameho Anushangi Nam. NCDs only come, they do not go back. That is where prevention is not better than cure. Prevention is the only cure, and you have to be wise enough to take periodic panchkarma, your periodic maintenance, much before you are really a full-fledged patient, Dr. Rajiv.
Wonderful. That's so good, so good. There's so much to talk, and I'm just so excited that we just have like a little like seed now here, and it's going to grow into big tree, which will have immense impact. So I think we will have chance to talk again. Let me bring Pardeep, who is amazing person, and I think is one of your prodigy. And I don't know whether you would want to introduce him to talk a little bit more. He's going to talk, I think, very, very productively on how treating and healing works.
Sure, my pleasure. Let me introduce to you Dr. Pradeep Kumar, a very close friend, like my younger brother, and we have been working together for last like 15 years. I remember like in the year it was 2007 when we conducted a Panchkarma training workshop in Faridkot where there was no setup. There were summer vacations. We went to a school, a government school. We converted 2 rooms into a makeshift Panchkarma training program. We had like 20 Ayurveda doctors and we trained them upon Panchkarma. We were seeing patients like 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. We were seeing the patients, and 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. we were like teaching them about Panchkarma. We were showing all the Panchkarma to all those 20 participants. Since then, we are working together. And Pradeep is a professor in Maulik Siddhant, that is the basic principles of Ayurveda. He has served at 3 Ayurveda colleges. And for the last 2 years, he has migrated to Australia. And that was his place in Faridkot, where we were getting patients in last like 15 years from Europe. He had a very small house, what we converted into Panchkarma, 3-4 rooms, 3-4 therapy rooms, and 3-4 accommodation rooms were there. And we were having like around like 5 patients to 15 patients every year would be coming to us with all difficult medical conditions. And we developed a protocol. In 45 days, we were giving total Panchkarma to the patient. A total detox was being given. And Pradeep is a nice orator, and he has got this like mission in his life, what he calls is give back time now to the society, and he promotes Ayurveda wherever he can. So it's my honor to welcome Professor Pradeep Kumar Gupta for his deliberation, for his speech. Dr. Pradeep.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Ish. I am hearable. Am I hearable?
Yes, you're quite audible, Pradeep. Yes.
Yeah. Global namaste to everyone present here. First of all, Dr. Ish told a lot of things about me. I'm not so much whatever he was explaining, but I will say stanza always in the foot of Dr. Ish, that Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Par Brahma Tasmai Shri Guru Nama. Kind regards to all my gurus, especially Dr. E.G., who is the main mentor of my life for my Ayurveda journey, and also a lot of other things which motivates me all the times, 24/7, along with the nice companions, Professor Rajiv Gupta and Professor Madanji, and all others joining this webinar, who given me the platform, provided the same global scenario to share my views, especially on the integrative approach of the healthcare system for its betterment. Today's topic is healing versus treating. I have tried to compile some things and which I want to your permissions to share. maybe some things can be combined from here and there, but I think so these will be a little bit appreciable regarding the allopathy, Ayurveda, naturopathy, yoga, meditation, uh, laughing therapy, music therapy, Reiki therapy, color therapy, dance therapy, Chinese therapy. All these things, just there is just one race to treat, to help, to keep healthy person. So I have tried myself best to talk about that healing versus treating, or theoretical versus practical, as we discussed with the Dr. Rajiv Gupta on call. As all we know that both the words healing, treatment have same target of achieving good health, but still they are very much different. As I can quote some things like healing focuses mainly on the resolving the cause of the problem from the root cause. Treating focuses on the resolving the symptoms of the disease, mostly the symptomatic treatments, whereas healing works from inside to outside, and treating relies on sometimes outside of you. Healing is a natural and gradual process of recovery, repair, regeneration from an illness or an injury. And it otherwise, the treating part, which is using the medical assets, medical care, investigations, diagnosis, uh, methods in the practice for the process for complete disappearance of the illness, that may be some interventions, that may be some treatment protocols, that may be some other things which are very helpful for treating the persons. In healing, patient begins to realize that it is his or her own resources which leads him or her to the better health. Because in healing process, the person recognizes that what type of heal his or her body can be from inside. And in treating, patients depend upon the expertise of the specialist to control the illness. In healing, the mainly patient has to accept the change with a new experience along with the old symptoms which resides, which are there always or which are rudimentary, with the integrity and wholeness which is varied from earlier state. So this is linked to the survival only. Sometimes in that is the mainly fitness, physical fitness, rather than the appearance, rather than the lifestyle or everything else, which makes a life, means the goal is to avoid the change. So we can say that in healing, there has to be accept the change, but in treating, one has to just the goal is no changes should be there. The base of healing is the positive relationship of the one person to the other. And in case of the treating or curing, what we can see that there is always the scientific and evidence-based practices. Of course, in healing also there are a lot of protocols are going on, experiments and paper presentations and other things at the international level are going on, which are now amendable, now they are recognizable. Of course, after seeing the lot of differences between the healing and treating, they both can be attained individually even without the approach of the other. But I think so sometimes that, but on the positive way, as our topic for today is the integrative approach, is always optimistic about the patients for his circumstances and health, especially for the healing and treatment part. So also the concept of healing is much larger than simply cure of a physical disease in terms of harmony, unity, with its relation to the supernatural power that may be God, selfless, and other creations on this universe, like five element theory in the Ayurveda text. The human body has capacity to heal itself. This occurs when we abuse ourselves. The diseases come, and we are depriving our bodies from the basic requirements of our body, mind, soul to get remain healthy. And life-threatening illnesses changes all of any symptoms or systems affected in the body or mind, which are always ready to receive any kind of health, that may be from the investigations, that may be from the diagnostic parts, that may be from the medications, surgeries, chemotherapy, or other interventions. Here, curing or treating part plays a great role in worst circumstances at the spot, as always. Our expert Dr. G. Gupta is there. I salute always for these researches, developments in the modalities. We are used to it. We expect it all the times for the time being. But sometimes
Of course, sometimes these can be different variables, consequences, complications, as already we are discussing these things, or some side effects of these treatments, protocols, medical assets. Here comes the healing, which is beyond cure, for rehabilitation, repairing, regeneration of the damage holistically. So, illness is not a biological disease only. It is biological, but of course, but also it is psychological, behavioral, emotional, and social state of disease condition, as already told by Dr. Ajay Gupta ji. In healing, physical state of health in illness can become better over the generations day by day. For example, if we talk about, just like Dr. Kish told and Dr. G. Gupta, you told a lot of diseases that may be arthritis, hypertension, asthma, cancer, skin diseases, digestive diseases, counting both the things, that what is in the modern part in the treating or curing, and what are the things in the Ayurveda part or homeopathy part, or whatever in the healing processes or other sciences. So if we talk about some life-threatening illness, let it be any unwanted growth of cells or tissues inside the body leading to damage. After curing it with surgery or chemotherapy or radiotherapy, life goes on with the betterment. Patient becomes better with symptomatic variables, but body remains not the same, because a lot of things, a lot of changes, a lot of foreign particles came inside, or we have taken that from outside, from inside the body outside, with all of its systems involved with unwanted effects of these some modern modalities. Without creating any controversy, this happens sometimes. Here comes healing, where subconscious mind, subconscious your soul gets involved, and a special scenario seems to be visible with these practices of healing practices. Like sometimes chemical changes also seen, particularly in some patients, practically instead of the theoretical part only inside the body, even without using ones. We are seeing a lot of things, a lot of patients, as Dr. G. Gupta ji told while explaining these things, that Crohn's disease, skin psoriasis, gutted psoriasis, skin scalded syndrome, there may be systemic lupus erythematosus, there may be sclerodermy, there may be lung fibrosis. Just we can't claim the things, but we have seen some things practically which are actually there, and a lot of autoimmune disorders also. And here, one more important thing, which is for the integrative part and which is the actual practical part, that doctor-patient relationship also plays a very great role, which we are discussing healing and treatment as not considering the commercial angle only, but keeping in mind the well-being of the person concerned, giving due regards to the Hippocratic Oath. Otherwise, medicines or medical assets or any sort of treatments will be becoming only the businesses, and the patient will be the mere client. The treatment gives results to the diseased ones, and healing follows the same protocols further with its own specializations of rehabilitation, which gives relax to the guardians and near and dear ones also. What I have seen in my practices, for those, they are just waiting for some miracles or hoping for the better life of the patient, whatever is remained. So here, patient gets treated and family gets healed. I will quote one of example of my patient from India, and he was getting very severe psoriasis. Dr. Ish treated that very well along with me. He was my mentor at that time, and we did severe panchkarma for 2-3 years. Actually, he was ill, and his all the family members were taking psychosomatic drugs, because they were tensed so much. They have only one son, and he's diseased, and he can't wear according to his own. He can't go openly in the school, or he can't play. He can't go to the parties with some particular dresses. He got treated, and his family got healed after that. And still, he is along with us. I am here, and he's in touch with me with some local applications, no medications. So there are abundant live examples with every practitioner in all the different pathways of healthcare for healing versus treatment. Let's discuss a case of healing versus treatment, where in case of, let it be lung disease, where Western drugs or other procedures or medical assets are available to treat the lung texture changes. That may be fluid accumulation, or that may be any bronchial tree narrowing, or that may be other unwanted foreign particles growth inside, that may be fungal modules or anything else. So holistic approach for the same can be prevention of the etiological factors, as always guided by Dr. EC for me. That is the dietetic care, lifestyle changes, plus avoiding the real causes, that may be any sort of addictions involved for the same. Breathing can be better with the help of the healing techniques like yoga, pranayama, meditation, spiritual practices, religious rituals like chanting mantras and working on the mind attributes, which are very well playing a great role for the stress management or other mind characters concerned like sadness, anger, jealous, desire, loose temper, anxiety, depression. So with these practices, these can be manageable, and of course, the main symptom or the disease can be combated, or that can be get at rest. Some protocols have been described in well-explained manner, easy ways in Ayurveda, as I am from the basic principles of Ayurveda department, that Ahar Vihar Aushad principle, there is Tri Sutra Ayurveda, Hituling Aushad, there is Triyopstambh, Ahar Brahmacharya Nidra, and many more healing principles which are unnumberable and which can be practiced very easily. As Dr. East told, that we are trying to treat people, we are trying to teach people, train people to get their own doctors at home. Now, a lot of patients are in queue of healing versus treatment protocols, theory versus practical approach, as if patients approach a healing practitioner of any pathy with his or her own advanced symptoms after gaining the benefits of the treatments already done from the Western medicine or other sciences. Like in case of the lung disease, chronic skin issues, arthritic changes, unwanted growth of the cells or issues, or any chronic skin tissue damages, or maybe there can be any other autoimmune disorder mentioned in modern medical texts. And then these patients are towards the better health journey with a change of acceptance of new experience and bearable symptoms with the various healing techniques. At last but not the least, by concluding all of the above summary, what I understand, the treating is restoration of health by eliminating symptoms of the disease. Healing is restoration of wholeness and integrative approach that goes beyond not only physical state of well-being, along with mental, emotional, and spiritual vitality and wellness, as explained in Ayurveda text, that Shrir Indriya Satavatam Sanyogo Dhari Jivtam. Very famous quote can be reminded here, that is, the need of the hour is collective consciousness with which the show must go on for better lifespan of all the creature on this universe. Hail Ayurveda and a global namaste to all.
Thank you so much. It was amazing to hear you. Thank you very much, Pradeep. It's such a great opportunity to hear you brought together healing versus treating so interestingly, which actually is quite often treating is more like a conventional medicine versus the Ayurveda, which is more a healing or a good proportion of the alternative medicine. So whether it is alternative, I think in my view, it's nothing alternative. It's all together. It's a togetherness medicine. It's something which is integrative. They're both parts of each other, just like two wheels of a bicycle or motorbike, and you can't have one bike with the other one. And more wheels we have. I can also see Professor Madan is here now, who is such a gem. He is a molecular biologist and has taken such a keen interest into the Ayurveda. So from a genome biologist and doing a PhD in the molecular genetics to now taking such a keen interest, he goes across the world. Half of the time when I turn call him, he's somewhere in Sweden, US, Canada, and everywhere else. So I'm so thankful for him about not only using this scientific knowledge of what he got as academic affiliation, the research fellowship, particularly the oncology department, University of Cambridge, but also the Council of the Cancer Cell Unit and being a counselor and the research fellow. But I think more importantly, his recent affiliation as a board member and research director of the European Ayurveda Association, which brings his strength together. And we had several discussions together. And in fact, he is one of my inspiration in making this integration even more stronger and perhaps bringing people together from those who are stalwarts in alternative medicine, working with modern medicine in order to have not only just the traditional Indian science to topple with the modern medicine, but also to bring WHO on board and many other organizations. So I'm so thankful and hats off to Madanji for coming in. He's going to talk about food as a medicine, which I heard him talking at some point in time, and I thought that'll be good. But I think he will go a little bit more deeper than that. And I know we had a lot of part of panel discussion involved and engaged in our previous talks. But let's have a broad umbrella view there. Amrita, you are a practitioner as well of Ayurveda. What you would want to say?
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. Global namaste to you, Professor Madan. It's such a wonderful delight to have you after such a long time and seeing you. And whatever people on board have been speaking, it's very informative and it is really very enlightening for all general people to realize the importance of integrated health. And what more to say on that, the facets that people have touched, especially Professor Ish Sharma and Dr. Pradeep, have been touching on the part of healing as well as the integration of various aspects of life, in which diet is one of the very important key components and keeping you healthy and preventing a lot of NCDs, which Professor Ish Sharma has been talking about. And I have been reading a lot of articles that Professor Madan, you have been writing, and you are really a laureate on that. And let's hear from you what you have to say on all this. And I'm really looking forward that it'll be really beneficial to all our viewers who are watching us live at different channels all over the world. Over to you. Thank you.
Amritaji, namaskar. Rajivji, namaskar. Thank you very much for having me here today. I can also see Rajan Patankarji from Mumbai. Rajanji, namaskar. Also, more importantly, I can see Professor Abhimanyu Kumarji joining us from Abhimanyu Namaskar, joining us from Jodhpur, as Vice Chancellor of the University, Ayurveda University in Jodhpur. Namaskar and former Director of All India Institute of Ayurveda, and also former Vice Chancellor of Uttarakhand Ayurveda University. So we are very blessed you are here with us, sir. And I feel honored that I can talk a little bit about food in front of such an esteemed group of people here. Abhimanyu is also director and founder director of a big institute. I hope he will talk to us about it during the program. Or maybe if you want to talk about it just for a minute or two now, before I start. I don't know if the organizers will permit me. I'm taking the liberty, Abhimanyu, just because you are here with us. Please tell us a little more about what is happening in Jodhpur at the university, and also that institute, the special center that you have, in the context of globalizing Ayurveda and Ayush systems.
Yeah, so I have been talking. So he is currently in Chicago.
Okay.
Yes, so it's amazing. We had long discussions. I think what he is opening is the world with the overarching differences that we talked about, how the artificial intelligence can bridge the gap between the two systems, which are really cross-connected in some way, but still have that, the patient falling between the stools, and the genomics and the genetics and other systems. If we can have a back office that can connect the two systems, we can achieve the goal that I and many of us are envisioning over past few years, that there should be a system we should cross connect. So might be a good idea, Abhimanyu. Why don't you just talk about it?
So thank you very much, Professor Gupta ji. I think I'm very happy this morning here. So just to see Professor Madan ji, Professor East, and of course some new friends also. Uh, very rightly said that, of course, it is a long journey in Ayurveda just to see several institutions. So I am blessed by God to have this opportunity to be there in a different institution, to learn from people mm, around with whom I think I got a very good knowledge, and especially from my students. So I will give you a little bit idea about the institutions, what they are doing, and what we are doing right now, so that with the spirit what we are having in everybody, I think, present here in this session, they are having that now it is right time to integrate all the system, because very rightly said that no system is an alternative system. We have to complement each other. So every system is a complementary system. Of course, whether it may be the modern medicine, Ayurveda, or any other system, and even the modern science, because you know that whatever this modern medicine is having the strength, it is the strength of modern science. So I think with that intention, because right now, very rightly said that Professor Gupta ji, these days I am in Chicago with a mission. I will just tell you a little bit about that also. But what we were doing in Jodhpur very recently, we are having tie-up with the IIT Jodhpur and AIMS Jodhpur. In Jodhpur, we established a center, a very specific center, Ayurtech, that is means concern to explore the ancient wisdom by integrating modern technology. So in that, I will give you just one example here. Just like in our Charak Samhita, there is a chapter known as Indriyasthan, means that chapter is dedicated to explore the lifespan of a patient, just by having several features, and the most important aspect is the smell. So we took that idea, because a human nose is having a limitation. So we thought to develop some very sensitive sensors. Those can detect the smell at very, means the earliest stage. And that can be utilized to explore what is happening inside, because we started with the idea that when we think about smell, that means in terminal stage of any patient, there is a formation of any metabolite, and that is going to secrete through sweat, and we are just having the smell. So we are working at two level. Means first we are identifying that whether at terminal stage, in spite of any disease condition, because the smell is common. Means if you are having this type of smell, the lifespan is only for 1 month. That means the patient is going to survive only for 1 month or 15 days or for 6 months. So there is no description of any specific disease. So that means when we reach to such a terminal stage, certain specific type of metabolites, they get secreted through the sweat, and we used to perceive the smell. So we started working on these two aspects just to find out what metabolites are secreted, and the second, to get information about that smell at very early stage. So this is one task. Second, because we were thinking how we can bridge the gap, and we can understand a common language. So we adopted HPO, Human Phenotype Ontology, and it is an open source, it is available, and all the diseases or the things which are linked with genes, they are listed there. So I think it is having more than 10,000 features which are linked with the genes. So initially, what we did, we took about 1,500 features randomly, and we linked those features with dosas. So, and then it was a blind study, and the results were very encouraging. So then we planned to go for the whole range of features. Right now, we have completed all the 10 features which are linked, and they are linking with the dosas. And whatever results we are, because this project is ongoing project, and right now, I think just 2 days before, we were having one meeting with the people who are involved by analyzing the data, because they are not concerned with the study, they are simply with the data. So I think that may be in future, we hope that we can create a common language. If you talk about the genes, we might be able to tell about the dosas. So when we say that the vata, if a person is facing a vata conditions for a long time, so we know that with a different type of environmental condition, if the person is living, so even it may be the food or anything else, and that is going to have some impact on several genes. So in terms of our Ayurveda, we can tell that which genes may be involved by this type of food or activity. So it is a vice versa. Hopefully it will come in a nice way, what we perceive. Here in Chicago, because here with a very pious soul living here, we are in process to establish a university. So we are working on this project for last 2 years, and now it is taking proper shape. And this is the International University of Vedic Wellness. So we are trying to incorporate all the Vedic components here, but ultimately targeted to the wellness. How even Vedanta, Vedic Jyotish, Vedic mathematics, means a lot of range we can have with the, but ultimately everything we will pulling it for the wellness of people. So hopefully with the best wishes of you all and with the support, it will come up. And it is a huge campus, because it is a more than 10-acre campus. The building is already means they have purchased the persons who are behind it. They have purchased the one university, running university, and now we are in process to convert it into Vedic University. So this is. Thank you.
Thank you, Prasad. Thank you very much. We had with us another Vice Chancellor, but he has left the group here, Dr. Kamal Tauriji, joining us from Germany, but the Vice Chancellor of the Panchagavya University in Tamil Nadu. So he has left us, but he might be listening to us from somewhere. Thank you, Abhimanyu-ji, for sharing so much about so many wonderful things about the IIT Jodhpur Center for Ayurtech, which is a very, very exciting initiative. Also about the ongoing project with the Human Phenotype Ontology program, which is quite amazing. And thank you for sharing also about this is off the press, very hot news, sir, about the International University of Vedic Wellness in Chicago. So thank you. I think all our listeners would have gained from these small insights, fresh off the press, as they say, and from the horse's mouth. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being with us. And we look forward to your continued guidance to take us into the network that you have, and also how that interface between contemporary biology and Vedic sciences can be achieved. I think the world is looking to India for a lot of guidance. I'm going to use that as my entry point into food as medicine. From the Vedic perspective, there is a very important Upanishad, Taittiriya Upanishad. And the Taittiriya Upanishad in its Bhrigu, the third big chapter of Bhrigu, talks about food. And this is very important. And that worldview sometimes is what provides us the confidence to establish, like what Abhimanyu-ji just mentioned about the International University of Vedic Wellness. If you will permit me, Rajiv-ji, just to share my screen.
Yeah, please do. Please go ahead. And I think, again, just wanted to thank Abhimanyu-ji and all others. I know Rajan-ji is here, and then Kamal-ji was here. It's just such an immense platform to connect people, and just leaps and bounds progress that we have done. And please do let us know anybody who needs help bringing these things together. And Naveen-ji, I'll have a further conversation. I or Madan-ji or all of us who are here are committed to help, and will be doing that. So thank you so much. Back to you, Madan-ji, please do share.
Rajiv-ji, thank you. I want to start with this, and this is we think the Taittiriya Upanishad was written around 600 BC. And for those who are interested in this, they can put the link there in the chat box. You can see this. And there are many sections in the Taittiriya Upanishad that talks about food. And this is one example. It says, food is the teacher. It's a very deep thought, since it is the cause of subsequent knowledge. Now, there are earlier utterances in Taittiriya Upanishad which gives you a logic for joining food to God, where knowledge resides. Keep in mind that in 600 BC and before, when these things were composed, the language that was used and the way in which the limited knowledge they had and the way in which they interpreted what they wanted to, what they felt and what they wanted to convey would have been this. And where we are today, we have a different language. I'll jump from where we are in 600 BC and prior, where they say that food alone is the teacher. And food is the cause of all subsequent knowledge. There are many such deep comments that are relevant even today. So this is my exhibit number 1. So if you will permit me once again to share the second exhibit. The second exhibit is where we are today, almost 3,000 years on, and where I'm sitting today, Rajiv-ji, here in Brussels. And in Brussels, we are talking about the policymakers and the policymakers who are thinking about the way we must approach food. Now, it is very likely that these policymakers do not know about Taittiriya Upanishad. So my second exhibit, which is very important today, The second exhibit is here. It's called Food 2030, an online platform towards a fair, healthy, sustainable, circular, and more plant-based food systems. And if you go in here, you can urge all of you to go visit the website and look at what they mean by Food 2030 and the EU's bioeconomy strategy. And it goes on to talk about very interesting funded projects like Clever Food and food as perhaps a teacher, perhaps as a medicine, and perhaps also as a poison. Now, we have to keep all of those perspectives hold all those perspectives together to really understand how to appreciate food. I won't go into this too much, but you can see up on the top of the screen, I'll put this in the chat box, the link to this Food 2030 program. There's a lot of information here about the Clever Food project. Once again, keeping in mind, the people who constructed this would have no idea about what was written in documents like the Taittiriya Upanishad. We have to excuse them, but we must also guide them. So that is exhibit number 2. Now, let me go to exhibit number 3 for where I wish to take you people on this journey. Abhimanyuji made a very, very important comment about the NOS and the Human Ontology Project. I'd like you to look at this image here as soon as it comes up on the screen. I'll just take a few slides from a fairly large stack that Rajivji has seen in several occasions, and also Ishji has seen on several occasions. And I want to take you to some work that is in the context of what Abhimanyuji just mentioned about one of the 5 senses, the sense of smell, and its importance in holding the body together in good health. And this is related to the NALT system, the nasal associated lymphoid tissue. And shown here is where we expect these lymphoid tissue, the immune system, to reside in our nasal tract, this yellow section here. And shown here in green is the respiratory mucosa that all modern biology students know. Ayurveda students understand this slightly differently. They don't call it the mucosa, they call it something else. But this area of the anatomy is very important because Ayurveda recognizes this as a door, as an entry into aspects of the brain, perhaps the inflammatory processes that go on in the brain, etc., etc. And they have specific treatments, Nasya in Ayurveda, and also the whole process from yoga of neti, gel neti, plus other kinds of neti, sutra neti, etc. There are so many procedures in yoga that is associated and impacts the health of this part of the olfactory, nasal olfactory tract. Now, I want to highlight, Rajivji, correct me if I'm wrong, but I just want to highlight a few sections here. This little hollow region is very important. This is where the pituitary sits in. Am I correct? I think I can see Rajivji nodding here. And there is a lot of crosstalk between whatever is in this cavity with the pituitary. And the pituitary, as we know, is part of the HPA axis. The pituitary connects with the hypothalamus, which talks to the adrenal, and is a very complex set of interacting systems. And what Abhimanyuji talked about, smell as a very key interactor. In the context of new biology that we have, the biology of the microbiome, this is a wonderful study from the University of Perugia. And it talks about dysbiosis in the nasal microbiome. Now, Ayurveda 2,500 years ago or more, perhaps 5,000 years or more, uses an expression called krimi, and in particular, Shahaja krimi. This is known to all Ayurveda students. And the practices used are also the karmas, the practices used are also known. But here is how we might be able to get a 21st century interpretation of all of that together. Study is fascinating because this is a study looked at patients who came to this university hospital for acute care for COVID-19. And the researchers, they said, well, why don't we do a study? Why don't we look at the microbiome of these people who come for acute care? And what did they find? Extreme dysbiosis in this part of the nose. And this leads to huge biochemical imbalance. And we are expecting students of Ayurveda and students of modern medicine to appreciate this detail. This is inescapable. We cannot avoid this anymore because this study is telling us how a single amino acid, tryptophan, when the body is in good health, produces the chemicals that you see on the top there, leading up to serotonin. When there is a dysbiosis, the bacteria start the imbalance, causes them to shunt tryptophan down a different direction. You see this direction down here. And it leads to a collection of small molecules, piconoleic acid, quinolinic acid. These are all pro-inflammatory molecules. Now, Ayurveda has understood many of these changes because the people felt it, and they have given us treatment procedures, Nasya. They have given us very sophisticated formulations. Anutailam is something that is being recommended as pretty much Nasya. This is a Nasya that is meant to be done every day, ideally. And it has perhaps this is what is happening. When the Ayur Tech Center in Jodhpur comes together, we'll be able to mine these kind of questions better. And together with the help of the next generation of masters and PhD students, we will be able to take clues like this and understand a little more about how Nasya will modulate the microbiome, how Nasya will reduce inflammation in the pituitary, and how you can maintain good balance with simple Nasya treatment. So this is my third, as I said, this is my third exhibit. Before I take this third exhibit away, I just want to show you the area that Abhimanyuji just touched on about the nose-brain axis. We know about the gut-brain axis. Again, Ayurveda talks a lot about these things, how to maintain the good GI tract microbiome, perhaps. And we are now seeing the nose-brain axis and the role that this has in maintaining the olfactory function. It's a very complex interaction that is going on between the bacteria in the nose and the stem cells, the neuronal stem cells in that part of the nasal tract, and how all of these things can perhaps be modulated by interactions with the microbiome using certain Ayurvedic formulations. They're all now ripe and ready for research. So I can continue. Perhaps I want to continue with one last exhibit here, which is touching briefly on what Ishji presented about a deep understanding and that concept of swastha vritta, habits that you have to follow to maintain good health. And I want to touch on that, what Ishji mentioned about what you have to do at different seasons. But I want to put this in the context of the human immune system and work that has already been completed. So my last exhibit is here on the, tell me if it is on the screen and if it is ready for you to see. Rajivji, is it on the screen yet?
Not yet, it's about
Not
to.
yet, not yet. Okay. The last exhibit, give me the liberty of just taking you through a few slides and to show you how we are visualizing this dialogue between ancient sciences. So I started off by saying Taittiriya Upanishad says food is the source of all knowledge, etc., to where we are confirming what that knowledge might be using modern parameters. So up Here is Professor John Todd. He's the Professor of Precision Medicine and Director of the Wellcome Center in Oxford. And he was earlier with us in Cambridge. He's now in Oxford, continuing his good work there in Oxford. So John had a very interesting, he was looking at type 1 diabetes, an inflammatory condition, most likely. And he was looking at the activity of thousands of genes at different seasons. And this was inspired by a observation that incidence of type 1 diabetes started to increase in the winter months. You see more cases of type 1 diabetes in the winter months. And the Diabetes Foundation Research Foundation in UK gave him some money, and this enabled some students to come and work with John. And you will see in the next slide a paper that came out from this study. And this is widespread seasonal gene expression and the differences that you see in human immunity and physiology. Once again, this information is essential knowledge for all future students of modern medicine and Ayurvedic sciences and Siddha medicine and perhaps Unani medicine. They all need to understand this. There is no escape from this because this is a fact now. Now, they looked at, just like Abhimanyu said, they looked at a certain number of genes. They looked at a much smaller number, 4,000 protein coding genes, and they took blood samples and they looked at the expression of these genes at different months of the year. And I will only touch on one or two small candidates. You will see there are, out of the 4,000 genes, there are some which do not show a change in the expression, while some show huge seasonal variation, and some show antiphasic behavior. They increases in the summer and decreases in the winter, or some genes that decrease in the summer and increase in the winter. Now, we can understand there are about 25,000 genes in the human body. We have the technology to mine this now, if we want to. Interestingly, what they found, that the immune system has a profound pro-inflammatory profile in the European winter, with increased levels of soluble IL-6 receptor, C-reactive protein, risk biomarkers for cardiovascular, psychiatric, and autoimmune diseases. Now, this is very fascinating that this study completed almost 10 years ago is waiting for more minds to appreciate the importance. And those minds must come from both the sides together. They must come from Ayurveda and the Ayush systems, because yoga is involved in this, all the other systems are involved in this, and also the modern scientists and the biologists to come towards this. Now, the bit that I want to show, I won't go into all of this, is the Vedic aspect here. And the Vedic aspect is on this, the astronomical basis of the Vedic calendar. We have a lot of people who are experts in this, who talk about the 6 ritus, Vasanta, Grishma, Varsha, Sharad, Hemant, and Shishira, and how it is understood in the Vedic sciences from where the sun aligns with the different constellations. And the logic behind this is all understood. I want to highlight just 2 aspects of this. One is Makar Sankranti, which is when the sun is aligned, enters the Capricorn, this constellation of Capricorn, and Karaka Sankranti, which is also the time which Ayurveda and the Vedic scientists call as Dakshinayana, and the first one as Uttarayana. Now, Ayurveda understands how the power of the body, the bala of the body, increases or decreases with all of this. I think even undergraduates, BAMS undergraduates will be able to explain this to you. But what might be the immunological correlates to this thing? So if we want to talk to an immunologist and say Ayurveda talks about Makar Sankranti and Uttarayana and Dakshinayana, they will not understand. Can we use a neutral language? And I'm going to take this one of the many, many figures in this paper and elaborate on this. I hope you can see on the screen here that image from the paper. And I've overlaid on this the locations for Makar Sankranti and Uttarayana and Karka Sankranti or Dakshinayana. And it is fascinating to see how those gene expression effects, in this instance, a small set of genes, the ones I'm interested are these two genes, ARNTL and VDR, that's whose expression increases as summer comes on. And one in particular, VDR, is the vitamin D receptor. Now, as soon as we see the link between vitamin D receptor gene expression and the role of vitamin D in maintenance of good health, all of that Vedic knowledge and its implications and the treatments and what we should do with the different seasons, all of that becomes clear. Now, in the context of food, it is really important because when we come to these different ritus and we talk about how you modulate the physiology of the human body, one of the most amazing interventions is a dietary change. Abhimanyu will agree with us that there are concepts called the concept of Ritu Sandhi. 1 week before a Ritu and 1 week after a Ritu, there are very prescribed, very, very well-defined food-related interventions that are given. Now, all of this is known to us for thousands of years. And what awaits now, perhaps, is a way to bring the best of modern technology, cell biology, deep understanding of how we can mine the complexity, the complex process of microbiome and the immune system and the interrelationship, and show how the logic works, how this Vedic system works. So I don't know how we are for time. I can go on.
Professor Madan, thank you. Very fantastic, very academic, and very up-to-date. I just want to intervene here for a moment. Professor Abhimanyu, welcome to Healing Our Earth family. I would like to introduce you to Dr. Amrita Sharma here, who will actually facilitate contacts to you in Chicago. Dr. Rini Mehra, who is actually was with the former governor of New York, and she's in Chicago right now. So if she could interview you, and Amrita, if you could make sure that Dhanada Kulkarni is in direct touch with Professor Abhimanyu, because Madan and Professor Abhimanyu mentioned about Vedic knowledge and Ayurveda and wellness and well-being. Dr. Dhanada up there in America is actually leading Veda Melas for Healing Our Earth, which are in-person melas where they bring Ayurveda, wellness, well-being, and Vedic knowledge into the local government and other associations. So Professor Abhimanyu, Dr. Amrita Sharma, in conjunction with Professor Madan, will be in touch with you and introduce you to Dr. Rini Mehra and Dr. Dhanada Kulkarni. Once again, welcome to Healing Our Earth family. Madan, take it away, and Rajiv, and off we go.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's amazing as we can see that there are, stalwarts in different areas, and we have heard how the systems are together. They have originated differently, they have traveled different parts, and they have kind of joined in some places, then gone slightly different. We have heard about the treating versus healing. We heard about systems. We heard about how the differences are in different diseases, but also how the chronic diseases where there is a big gap in terms of curing the Western medicine or modern medicine, and how Ayurveda can fill the gaps. We have heard how the food, which is the other part, can help joining that. And we have heard about how the Vedic aspect is they are helping. Vishal might be here. He actually does the sound healing. He has talked about mantras, how mantras help in health. So this is so fascinating here. So I know.
Rajiv ji, before you kick me out of this, out of my little slot you have given me. Let me just, because we heard Hridarog being mentioned, early on, and I want to provide the context for how we connect. This is the way I would visualize this, how in a place like IIT, Ayurtech in Jodhpur, how we might enable a more serious dialogue in Hridarog. So Charaka Samhita talks about Hridarog as 4 forms, 4 types: Vataja, Pittaja, Kaphaja, and Krimija. Now, I have not introduced the microbiome aspect and given it a possible explanation as a Krimija kind of aspect. Now, the exhibit I want for you now is to understand human biology in the context of what is known in Ayurveda. Don't ask me how they knew it, but the term they use is called Deha Paramanu. Deha Paramanu is the smallest unit of the Deha. And all the Ayurveda students know about Deha Paramanu. Now, modern biology might look at the concept of Deha Paramanu and the sections, as Abhimanuji said in Indriyasthana and Sharirasthana, there are very detailed descriptions. And there is a term there called Karma Swabhava. Now, one word connected with Deha Paramanu, how can modern biology understand this, and how can a dialogue happen between these two? And this is my last exhibit. This exhibit is on Hridarog and how we might enable a dialogue. So this Hridarog is world's #1 killer. And how we might be able to understand Hridarog for Ayurveda people, from Ayurveda to modern biology to Ayurveda, and so on. Here are the cells of the adult human heart. We have taken the human heart and we've taken apart the different cells. So let us keep in mind the 2 things, a cell and the Deha Paramanu. So shown here on the far left-hand side, a schematic of the heart, and they've taken different sections of this heart, and they've treated with proteases, and they can, with a set of enzymes, and you can get single cells. And on the right-hand side, far right-hand side, you will see the major cell types of the heart. And they include a collection of cells, and you will see within here immune cells, the neuron cells, the myeloid lymphoid cells are the immune cells. Now, if you look at this in some detail and you ask, what might these cells be doing here? And can we connect it with this whole issue of cardiovascular disease prevention? We talk about food, we talk about the interaction with health, food as a poison, food as something. I can see huge number of connections that are there between what is prescribed as in Ayurveda as rasayanas, the Hridaya-specific rasayanas, and how they interact perhaps with the gut microbiome a little bit, how they might have some chemicals that influence the immune cells in the heart directly, or when Ayurveda says you do nasya, anutailam every day, that effect on the microbes in the nasal tract is sufficient to trigger a response in the heart, because there are common signaling mechanisms that connect the immune system across the whole body. The immune cells of the nasal mucosa will release a signal that will talk directly to the immune cells of the heart. We can start to see how we connect all these things. And most importantly, how we must revisit all that is described in the Vedic texts, in the Ayurveda Samhitas, in the practices that are there available today when people say, we do nasya and it affects the heart. This is good for, at first, the first time you listen to it, you say, this is nonsense. How come doing Jalneti will affect your heart? What we are now able to see is the clarity of that logic. when we've come to one level of understanding where we see a commonality in how we understand Deha Paramanu, Karma Swabhava, and some other concepts, I feel they are all talking the same language. And we have come to a point in modern science where we are able to bring all of this together. And it is wonderful to hear from Abhimanyuji that Jodhpur is taking the big initiative now. And it will be out of many, many such dialogues that we will arrive at the next level of clarity where we can start to guide research initiatives in America, research initiatives in the European Union, research initiatives in other parts of the world through the simple clarity of Vedic knowledge and what is offered in our texts. Namaskar.
Thank you so much. I get even more and more excited because there's so much more to do, and deeper you go, more commonality come. It's just like roots. There is common roots and there are different branches. So what we see, different branches are actually the outer manifestations. But if you go deeper, you can cross connect with each other. And Madan, you have amazingly demonstrated it so well, and you're kind of, sometimes I feel that intelligentsia of cross-connecting this two is commendable. So I think we have a lot more to learn from you and then Abhimanyu and many more. But I'm thinking is that we have covered quite a few aspects. Let me bring Sridev, who just specialize in the surgical aspect. So we might have time to discuss quite a few more things there, but I want to pause that and bring that surgical aspect here together, because Sridev is a professor of surgery, Ayurveda surgery. He's an Ayurvedic practitioner, did his BMS and then MS, and has 20 years of clinical experience. And in some way, we had quite a detailed discussion on how it happened. And in his view, he's also a teaching professional for surgery in Ayurveda for nearly 15, 16 years. Primarily has been an anorectal surgeon. The thing for today is that how surgical specialty started and how it has come now, and what are the cross connects between the two, the modern medicine and the Ayurveda, and what we can learn from here. We know Sushruta was there thousands of years ago depicting it, but then how it has evolved, what are the cross connects, where it has diverged, and how we can cross connect it together. So I think with that, please don't.
Professor Rajiv Gupta, before we take Dr. Sridev, it has been really a very beautiful conversation that we all have been taking up, and especially when it comes to comparison of Ayurveda in relation to molecular biology or biosciences and genetic engineering. It has loads to work on. And before taking up Dr. Sridev, let's hear from our founder and director, Neil Kumar, what he has to take, and then we move over. Over to you, Neil Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita. As you say, with Professor Abhimanyu, with Professor Thangavelu, with Professor Parthi, Professor Ish Sharma, all these professors are demonstrating integrated health is the way forward. Wellness, well-being is going to really take off very well. Before we go to Dr. Sridev, Rajiv, let's tell people about our future episodes. Then we'll quickly go to Dr. Sridev, bring in Kit Sharp, and then carry on with our panel, because people outside on the social media are enjoying. So Dr. Amrita Sharma, tell us about the future episodes, and then we move on to Dr. Sridev and the panel again. So here we go.
Thank you. So in the coming future, we are having a World Environment Day episode, Land Restoration, Desertification and Drought Resilience on 2nd of June, 2024, 2 p.m. British Summer Time. The next week on that Sunday, we are celebrating healthy life and the importance of our eyes. And eyes are precious on 9th of June, 2024, 2 p.m. British Summer Time. Coming up next is Diabetes Awareness episode on 16th of June 2024 at 2 p.m. British Summer Time. Followed by that, let's join hands together and celebrate the International Yoga Day special on 23rd of June 2024 at 2 p.m. British Summer Time. Followed by 30th of June, where a new project related with Glow Women, a 22nd century women, today's women uniting for better tomorrow and into 22nd century, that will be broadcasted on 30th June 2024, 2 p.m. British Summer Time.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Amrita.
you.
Rajiv, over to you with Dr. Sridev. Then we go back with our panel and we take it sharp as well with Tai Chi and Qigong. Over to you, Dr. Rajiv Sharma.
Thank you so much. So again, I'm so glad that we have so far a fantastic time. I don't know if there is anything that we could have done to make it even better. We have been doing these episodes and I have spent past almost 3 weeks speaking to different people, doing background work on how and where the system should coordinate with each other. And I'm so glad that it seems to have worked out quite well, very exciting. And it looks like time is flying and it looks like very short time. We wanted to plan a lot more discussion and it looks like a lot of discussion is integrated into the discussions that is happening within people's intrapersonal part. But I think is one part which is very separate and so far not considered so integrated to the modern medicine, and that is surgery. People thought surgery means going to the Western medical system, but saying all that, today we're going to hear with Sridev, it's not that different. We all originate from there and there is a lot of cross connection. So thank you so much, Sridev, for your time today. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, sir. As I have a bad throat today, so I will try to remain relevant for today's talk.
We'll get you some
Thank you so much, Dr.
medicines.
Rajiv Gupta, for providing this platform to me. And I show my gratitude to my teacher, my inspiration, Dr. E. Sharma ji. And very good afternoon, good evening to all the elite panelists over here. See, I am an Ayurvedic surgeon, and since beginning, I have always this perception that allopathic surgical aspect is not a different aspect. It is not a separate entity. Rather, it is an extension of Ayurvedic principles only, which has been laid by the Acharya Sushruta thousands of years back. So before I start, what are the parallels of Ayurvedic surgery and how the principles of Ayurvedic surgical principles are yet time tested and are utilized even today by the modern my fellow surgeons. I will would like to express myself in this way that why such discussions are required. See, there are two things. One is when the two separate entities have something in common, like the principles, the working principles. And the second one is when they have something in common as far as the intention is concerned. So Ayurveda as well as modern surgical aspect is concerned and modern medicine is concerned, we may have many things in common and similar as far as principles are concerned, but nobody will disagree with this, that we both have the same intent to serve mankind. And therefore, an integrated wellness healthcare system is not at all impossible if we are able to find out and we are able to resolve this particular issue, that we are having the same intent of serving mankind. If I told about the Acharya Sushruta, as he's very grossly and he's popularly considered as the father of the surgery, or in the Western world, he's considered as the father of reconstructive surgery. Many of us uses the word cosmetic surgery, but I personally have an apprehension about using cosmetic surgery that I will discuss later on in the last parts of my talk. So Acharya Sushruta, 10,000 BC, has laid various principles, which I will be discussing with you. But starting with the introduction, I will say that Acharya Sushruta is the oldest scripture present. Acharya Sushruta is the oldest scripture present today with us, which is dealing with the surgical aspects. In Charak Samhita, on the various references, when Acharya Charak is dealing with certain surgical disorders, and when he is dealing with the vranas, or we can roughly correlate it with the ulcers and the wounds, he is referring it to the Vrana Kovidaha. So I will not go into that discussion of who is older one and who is the oldest one. Rather, both were, I will say, contemporary sciences, and they were evolving and they were working simultaneously together. As we can see in today's modern hospitals, there are different departments. The same thing could be seen in those days also when Acharya Sushruta and when Acharya Charaka, they are comfortably referring patients to each other's principles, thoughts of principles, because they knew where they can treat and when the patient has to be referred to other schools. So Acharya Sushruta, when he's dealing about the surgical aspects, the surgery, when Acharya Sushruta says, what is surgery? So Acharya Sushruta's biggest description is when he's talking about Shalya. Shalya is what? Manaha Sharirabhada Karani Shalya. One which disturbs our mind and which disturbs our body is a Shalya. And Tesham Aharonopai Yantrani. The one with which we get rid of those Shalya is Yantrani. Although this reference is in the context of Yantra and Shastra. Yantra is blunt instrument and Shastra is sharp instrument. But this particular reference seems to be very universal when he's talking about the definition of Shalya. So Shalya can be anything which is Nija doshaj, means when our disease, our body is getting diseased, our doshas, vata, pitta, and kapha, they get disturbed, vitiated, they themselves become a Shalya for body. And sometimes it is agantuja, means which are external factors. When they enter into our body through certain trauma or different accidents and different reasons, they also become a kind of Shalya in our body. So there are measures through which, in the form of instruments, in the form of the plannings, we remove those shalyas and we make body healthier, is termed as yantra. So Acharya Sushruta, when he is talking about the different principles, one of the main principles of Acharya Sushruta's description is, first of all, he respects and he believes in the theory of registration when he's talking about in Vishikana Praveshya Adhyay, that any surgeon or any physician should always consider the permission from the respective registration board. So means at that time also the system of taking registration and taking permission from the higher authority was very much present. Then after that, in the Yogya Sutriya Adhyay, Acharya Sushruta is very thoroughly explaining about the different methods through which a surgeon should get well practiced, because he's saying without getting a well practiced through all those things which are apart from human bodies, you can't practice upon human bodies. So that is why in the Yogya Sutra Adhyay, Acharya Sushruta has given in detail about that how you have to practice different surgical procedures in the form of Chedana, Bhedana, Lekhana, Eshana, Sivana, Visravana, all these 8 surgical procedures Acharya Sushruta has given that you have to practice all these before entering into the surgical practice. So Acharya Sushruta is one of the, among all the Brihatrays of Ayurveda, we may see that Acharya Sushruta is one who is using again and again very harsh words to the people, because he was a person of surgical temperament. So therefore, he was not ready to accept or to see any kind of error on operation theater, inside operation theater or Shastra Karmagar. So that is why he is very harsh and he is very strict, and we can say he is very disciplined. And therefore, he has used many of places, many times words like Swapach, Taskar, Kha, Kha. So Kharas Chandana Bharvai. He's saying all these things to those people who are entering into the practice without having good practical knowledge and good theoretical knowledge. So how to start with this? Acharya Sushruta has given due significance to anatomical dissection. See, I'm telling you one by one how the things are relevant even in today's age. Without any dissection or anatomical dissection, nobody can become a physician in today's age. Acharya Sushruta has given due significance to anatomical dissection, how to keep the body and into a reservoir of water, how to get the skins peeled off, and how to study the different organs. This is what he has told about the anatomical dissection. Then as I told you about the Yoga Sutriya Adhyay. After Yoga Sutriya Adhyay 1, when a person is having good practice, so he is knowing how to do suturing, how to do vedan, how to do puncturing, how to do incisions, how to do excisions. All these things he has practiced upon the different those things which are not living, but they are quite resembling with the living beings. So after practicing all those things, he is further discussing about the Trivida karma. So in the Sushruta Samhita, he is discussing about the Trivida karma. Trivida karma is nothing. He is discussing in detail about the pre-operative, intraoperative, and post-operative. See, because as a surgeon, he was well aware that without having a proper preparedness, we can't have a good results. We can't predict a good results as far as surgery is concerned. So that is why Acharya Sushruta is saying that Purva karma, Pradhana karma, and Pashtat karma, pre-operative, operative, and post-operative is a must. So what he's saying in Purva karma, what you have to do? He's saying every that thing which is required for the surgical procedure, you have to prepare it in advance. Be it the material, be it the surgical material, be it the all those oils, greater medicines which are used during the surgery and which has to be used after the surgical procedure only. We have to do all kind of preparation. But beyond that, before that, he's asking to take the consent of the patient. He's asking to take the consent of the patient. He is strictly saying that you have to mention it to the patient that what are the consequences of the surgery and why surgery is required. As the consent is here, I want to bring your kind notice to this that Acharya Sushruta has clearly said on various platforms. I have told this to my students also and to my fellow colleagues also that Acharya Sushruta is the Shastra Karma Visheshagya. And he says that Snehadi Karma Siddheshu Shastra Kriyana Kurvate means where surgery is not required, one must not go for surgery. Means if surgery is required, surgery is the last resort, then only one should opt for the surgical procedure. And this shall be mentioned, this shall be told to the patient in detail. And we can see as the book of Bell and Love, which is a modern surgical book, it is also clearly mentioning about during the preoperative procedure that a patient shall be described the whole course of the procedures, the need of the procedure, and the lateral consequences of the procedures. So this is Acharya Sushruta and the Belen Love. They are discussing in detail the significance of that. Acharya Sushruta is also discussing about the sterilization of instruments, equipments, medicines. Everything shall be sterilized. How the equipments and instruments should have a good sharp edges and how there are in Yantra and Shastra Vidya Adhyay, they have described about that how an instrument should be, what are the qualities of an instrument, what are the drawbacks of an instrument, which kind of instrument should not be used, be sharp or be blunt instrument. Then we have to prepare all those things like pichu, we can say grossly, gauze piece, cotton pad, and many other things which are required. They all shall be sterilized and autoclaved then so that it should not be responsible for the proliferation of any microbial inside the patient's body. Acharya Sushruta is very much clear about the diet restriction. Acharya Sushruta, about this also I have some my own understanding. Sometimes the patient, my students ask that why Acharya Sushruta was asking to take a little amount of food before going for the surgery. As he has said in case of Moda Garbha, which is abnormal position of fetus or in abdominal disorders or in piles or in renal cases, renal calculus or in fistula in such cases, Acharya Sushruta has said that one should not take anything apart from these. He has prescribed to take some amount of sneha. So about this, I would like to bring it this into your notice that even in today's time, because we are having advancement in the technologies which we are using in our modern procedures and even modern medicine. So those advanced technologies, so that IV, the intravenous infusion of the fluids or the drugs is also one of the advancement of the technology only. So in today's age, we are keeping patient nil per oral. Patient is asked to come into the hospital setup, and patient is asked to remain nil by mouth for 8 to 10 hours before surgery, so that there shouldn't be any emesis, and there shouldn't be any retrograde peristalsis, and therefore there should not be any aspirational pneumonia. So for avoiding all these things, even today, we are not giving anything to the patient. In those days, what I have a feeling is because this particular technology was not available at that time, and because Sneha itself is having a high energy giving food. So one spoon of the Sneha, which was sufficient because it ultimately does nothing. It doesn't fill the space of the stomach, but it is sufficient to give the energy to the patient in due course of time, sustain, to maintain, and to bear the pain of the surgery. So this is what I feel, uh, that why this was said in certain disease, they have strictly said that one should not consume food at all. As far as pain management is concerned, consent is concerned, Acharya Sushrutata has given due significance to that. Now, after the Pradhan Purva Karma, there is Pradhana Karma. Now, Pradhana Karma is what? Pradhana Karma is intraoperative, the operative procedure. So while he is discussing about the Pradhana Karma, he has said that there are 8 types, although Brihat Rais has described the different procedures in different numbers, but 8 types he have said. I will briefly go into that. That there should be excision, incision, scraping, puncturing, probing, extraction, draining, and suturing. To my knowledge, as far as my knowledge of the surgery is concerned, out of these, there are no other procedures which are used even today's time. We are using in 1 or 2 or 3 combinations these procedures only. Sometimes we are incising, sometimes we are excising, sometimes we are extracting, sometimes we are letting the flow of the edematous blood flow, etc. Sometimes which are doing suturing. These are the procedures only which we are using. I won't go much into the detail of different procedures, but I will bring your attention for the Sevana Karma. In the Sevana Karma, he has described about the, as we are saying, round body needle and cutting needles. He has described that also, that it shall be with you. Then he's saying the Sevana Dravya. See, as far as what I mean to say is, Acharya Sushruta was practicing the surgery many thousands of years before. So while we are discussing any principles, we should always be able to discuss or understand the context, because we are not ordinary people here. Here, the people are intelligent enough to understand the different context. If somebody is residing in the Jammu and Kashmir, and that particular person is having a particular, we say they are having an earthen pot filled with some charcoal, and they are using it. It is understood that because it is a very low temperature there, hence they are using it. It doesn't mean that it has to be used in the area of Rajasthan also. The same thing applies to the principles of Acharya Sushruta also. As far as principles is concerned, it is the same. But there may be difference in the use of the materials, and that will certainly be remain different in different parts of the world, in different parts of the time also.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
good. That's fantastic. So I'm
Thank you,
thinking,
sir.
sorry, you were saying something? I was just about
Can
to,
I continue?
very good. It was very good presentation. I think it's you have very eloquently brought together the similarities of the system and what is specifics about the two, and the surgical aspects, the consent, the procedure, etc. So I think thank you so much. Despite your throat, you have given a very good elaboration of that. I think. Let's try and get a couple of sentences of, like, final words and what's the implication for our um, people who are listener, like nuggets, just like 2 sentences each. And then we get Keith, who's ready to go, who is going to talk mainly about the traditional Chinese medicine and how this is having kind of harmony and kind of cross cover, and how it can fill the gaps in the modern medicine. and he is an amazing guy. And we had so much of deliberations and discussions and talks, and the integrated medicine is the way forward. So I'm thinking is before going on to that aspect.
I'll take 102 minutes, then I'll conclude, sir. I'll conclude.
Cool. So, anything for patients, Sridev, you want to say? What does it mean in one or two sentences? That
Yes,
what
yes, sir.
about?
I want to bring into your kind notice for the as far as the patient is concerned, there are two, three aspects which can be utilized even today. One thing we all are suffering is we all are suffering many severe disorders which we do not have any answer for. And my suggestion to everybody, the eminent intellect personalities or panelists sitting over here is Acharya Sushruta has given a concept of Shatakriya Kal. Shatkriya Kal is Sanchayam cha Prokopam cha Prasaram Sthana Sanchriyam Vyakti Vedam cha Yovedi Roganam Salabhed Vishan. This Sanchaya Prakopa Prasar is a dosha pratyanik avastha, while the Prasar Sthana Sanchraya Vyakti and Bhed is Vyadhi pratyanik. When there is presentation of the symptoms, we are seeing that many of the immunocompromised patients and the cancer patients, when they reach to us, they are already late, they are already in those advanced stages where it becomes difficult to treat them. So my suggestion to everybody is if the Vaidyas or the modern physicians, everybody who is practicing among the people can understand this particular concept that what are the body symptoms. Sometimes as a physician, I don't say modern or Ayurveda, we become a bit ignorant when patient comes to us, I'm having a bit epigastric pain, epigastric burning, heart burning, this and that. And we will simply give a kind of antacid or an PPI or a kind of medicine. Or sometimes we give Hincocid and Kamdudharas. But my personal opinion is we should take a complete history of the patient as a physician, and we should always make a rational comparison, a logical endings. Is patient has consumed anything which is ahar or vihar viruddha? Is it because of that this symptom has arisen? Or is it because that this symptom is not having any rational logical endings? We should become a bit alert in that particular moment, and we should think about that this is Sanchayavastha of the dosha, and we should ask patient, we should advise patient accordingly so that that can be stopped over there only. In my clinical practice, I have seen, see, I don't say I'm able to find out that what are the patients of the cancer having the symptoms in Sanchaya Avastha, but certainly a patient, cancer patient will not be having a routine all the time they are saying, Sir, I used to have pain over here. I used to go to the doctor and they used to give me some painkiller and I used to find. I simply want to ask to those physicians. In fact, I want to request them kindly do take a complete history and then try to find out whether there is any rationality between the type, the causes of the symptom presentation. If you are not able to find or establish that rationality and that logic between them, please be a bit more alert and attentive and try to screen the patient a bit more seriously. So one concept is Shatkriya. Second is Vrana Chikitsa, which we can roughly correlate as ulcer. See, we all are, I won't say modern physicians surgeons, we all are facing a huge challenge in terms of non-healing ulcers today. Patients are having non-healing ulcers, tropical ulcers, multiple ulcers are atrophic ulcers. They are having non-healing ulcer is the big challenge in front of, in the form of bad sores. They are pressure sores, you know. So we are having a big challenge. I see Acharya Sushruda's Vrana Chikitsa Adhyay. Vrana Chikitsa is the solution for that. It is really having all kind of a basic or detailed understanding of Vrana, how it can be dealt. And this is my humble submission to the panelists over here. It can we think about that if we want to get rid of Vrana. It is a huge challenge in front of, as a surgeon, I'm saying, it is a huge challenge. But I consider myself fortunate that can, I'm having a social science and try to use its principles, its different principles for the management of be it a diabetic ulcer or be other lepromatous ulcer or be other uh, tropical ulcers, non-healing ulcers. They are a big challenge. Sometimes even a skin graft is not accepted by the patient's body. It is rejected. because vascularity is lost in that particular part. So how to do it? So I think Vrana Chikitsa, Shatkriya is one of the aspect of Acharya Sushruta, which can be very helpful in the coming days. That is what I mean to say, apart from many other contributions of Acharya Sushruta.
Lovely. I think that's fantastic. So I think it's really, really useful and very, very positive. Thank you very much once again. I just wanted to say that it has been amazing session, and I was about to bring the next part. So we have talked a lot about the similarities, the way of working together, bridging the gaps between the modern medicine and the traditional Indian science, the Ayurveda. And I'm going to now move on to the next part, which is the traditional Chinese medicine and its similarities and the cross working together with the modern medicine. So I have Keith Sharp here, who is an amazing soul. He is not a practitioner, but primarily I think he has worked far more than any of the other practitioner to bring the traditional Chinese medicine into the main line with the modern medicine. He actually has been, I would have thought, a big ambassador of the traditional Chinese medicine for at least past almost nearly 2 decades or so. He was the coordinator for Tai Chi and Qigong practice for the UK. And we had several discussions about it. And he is going to talk a little bit more in detail how the professional standards of the traditional Chinese medicine and modern medicine work as he thinks, and how these things can put together work better for the patient care. So I am thinking that I might actually just mention a couple of things before bringing him in, and that it doesn't really matter. If you are an ambassador, you are passionate about what you believe in, and irrespective of the silos which people have lived for past several decades or centuries, protecting their own discipline, whether it's Western medicine, Qigong, or Tai Chi, or Ayurveda, yoga, I would have thought hypnotherapy, homeopathy, etc., etc. Time has come now to join together and work together so that we know that there is so much commonness between these. And that is what we are all here for. The patient is the primary person, not us. Our ego does not matter. There are benefits of each system. Say, for example, modern medicine has got some different type of investigative facilities. It has got more evidence-based. It has got more effective comparison, while there is a better way in terms of Ayurvedic treatments, Abhyanga, herbal medicine, yoga. Traditional Chinese medicine has got acupuncture and also some herbal Chinese treatment like Dong Kai or Chai, and white willow bark, acupuncture, Tai Chi, which is slow movements that can prevent fall. In winter, the NHS within UK see a massive number of bed blocks because of the falls. If you do these slow movements in Tai Chi, you might effectively prevent those falls. There's also like moxibustion, there is herbal formulas, duhu, shangdang. There are lots of other things which are in traditional Chinese medicines, and there are herbal formulations. And Tai Chi itself is training the body. It's a different type of yoga that can bring effective prevention of many medical problems and also help melody many of these where there is no cure in the traditional science or modern medicine, as I say. So
Professor Rajiv, this is really very nice. I think we are moving very good with the episode at today's Integrated Health, and we have a lot of panel of experts who have been talking about Ayurveda and integration of integrated health. And as we move to Keith Sharp, who at this age, being a marine engineer, has taken up Qigong and Tai Chi as one of his flows of life, and how that has rocked his life. And you can't even imagine how old he at this age, and what is keeping him up with an exclusive episode at Healing Our Earth that we did on World Tai Chi and Qigong Day celebration, which was a blockbuster episode due to Keith Sharp. He was the producer of this episode. So many congratulations to you, Keith Sharp. And Dr. Rajiv, it is so wonderful. You have brought so many flowers together that it is a really good effort to put in forward all these things to take up to make a beautiful bouquet for integrated health platform globally. So it's time, Dr. Rajiv, to welcome Keith Sharp. So global namaste to you, Keith Sharp. Before we talk about Tai Chi and Qigong, what difference it has made to your life and what fascinated you to be an ambassador of Tai Chi and Qigong? Over to you. Thank you.
Global namaste to everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity to join this wonderful, wonderful team again. Thank you. I really have little to say about how I transfixed into Tai Chi and Qigong. I was working as an expat in Saudi Arabia, and one of my colleagues was an American who was a traditional martial artist, but was then involved in many, many activities. And he said, why don't you come along to a class? And I went along to a class, and after half an hour, I realized that this is what I'd been looking for. From the age of whatever, I was an active, I suppose, footballer, cricketer, squash player, many, many things. But I began putting on weight. And one of the things that my colleague, who doesn't wish me to use his name at the moment, he said to me, what is wrong with your left ankle? I said, why? He said, when you're moving backwards, your right side is nice and straight and your left side is at an angle. And I reminded him that in 1972, I'd had a serious operation on my ankle, which meant I couldn't use it for 5 weeks. And as a result of that identification, as a result of feeling comfortable, I thought, I want to know more about Tai Chi and Qigong. Starting late in life, in my late 50s, I got back home and had a heart attack, and I really needed to slow down, which I've not really done. But I've had the heart attack, I take the pills, I do a bit of exercise, but what I'm more interested in now is the mind awareness around us. So if that is giving you an overview of this elderly person, then great. But what I would like to do is not necessarily follow the lines that Rajiv has given me completely. But I've issued down a few notes, and I'm going to try and cover 3 points which I think at this particular moment of integrated care, integrated health, complementary therapy might be useful to look at in a little bit more of a structured manner. So the first point I'm going to be talking about is prevention. The second point is my view of integrated care. And the third point is about the Chinese Communist Party Belt and Road Initiative. I'm not interested in politics, but we need to be aware of what's going on around us. These will be my own thoughts based on many decades of industrial and international business, where clarity, and I repeat, clarity and clear interpretations have been paramount. I must emphasize that I speak no other languages other than poor British. And when I listen to our learned friends around the world, and do I have it right, Dr. Shridov? You have a sore throat, and I've had a very bad cough, so I understand the problems of speaking. So, prevention, an interesting area that, if you like, I've been working on since 1960s, because I've been working in the military, not part of the military, but working with them. And essential to know that operators know what they're supposed to be doing in safely. You cannot send an aircraft into the air without making sure it was working properly. Battle tanks, ships, exactly the same. But more importantly than anything is the individuals. How do they spend years at sea, in the air, or in tanks? So I just want to, I suppose, not enlighten, but we have a hospital here in Southampton, which was actually built or started being built in, I think it was 1856 by Queen Victoria. So it covered the Crimea War. And that hospital stopped trading in about 1978, and most of it was demolished. But they have a little museum. And walking around it, they now have some visuals. And one visual, very large visual, was of a very early X-ray machine. And this was in 1914, 1914. And the caption underneath, prevention is better than cure. Prevention is better than cure. We move on until just after the Second World War, when in the UK, the NHS was created. And the intention was that all people would obviously contribute to national insurance, and the delivery would be free at the point of delivery. How we have changed. Around about 2019, and I couldn't actually track this back, but the NHS in their current documentation talk about prevention, and it says quite clearly, improving the population's health and preventing illness and disease is a key to reducing health inequalities and is at the heart of the NHS long-term plan. I mean no disrespect, but in 2002, the current health minister introduced the Health Act to combine social services and primary care together. I had the task for 18 months trying to achieve that. However, in recent years, I've been to a variety of medical-led meetings, including clinical commissioning group meetings, AGMs, where I have only been one of 2 or 3 from the population. And I want you to visualize that at an AGM, there are 60, 70 people, all paid by the NHS, sitting, listening to a very intelligent team from the NHS and local areas. And I was the only one not being paid. And I'd raised a formal question. Can you explain to me what your meaning is of prevention? What is your meaning of prevention? And the chairperson pointed at a senior GP and said, would you be kind enough to answer that? And his words were exactly, prevention is following discharge of a patient from hospital. Prevention is following the discharge of a patient from hospital. I could not believe my ears. So when we come back to some clarity, we do need to review what we are actually talking about and how do we understand. And I'm sorry to say that having written books on procedures back in 1970s, I find that we have this wonderful social media, and everybody seems to have a few words to say about different things. So I am convinced that we need to, as an integrated organization or organizations, is to encourage, to persuade, to demand that we have complementary therapy to prevent us going into the hospital in the first place, so that the NHS can get on what they're good at, which is repairing us when we got problems. So, prevention discharge from hospital, a load of nonsense, right? That's aftercare. It comes under my title of planned maintenance. Let's talk about specifics. Rajiv, fall prevention. Okay, I am so delighted to get these little tidbits from people. The cost of falls to the NHS is currently 2.3 billion pounds sterling per annum. What can we do to actually improve that? Several years ago, the Public Health England commissioned an organisation called the York Health Economic Forum to produce a paper called Exercise and Return on Investment. Those of you who are aware of business, I hope I don't have to explain what return on investment is. In that report, there were 55 mentions of Tai Chi, none of Qigong, and forgive me, I can't find the original, but I don't recall seeing too much about yoga. But the return was for an investment of around about let's say 2 billion or 2 million or 2,000, there is a return of 5. Why are we not doing that? I do not know. When I used to run service organizations, I would talk to the customer about prevention, how often you oiled the gear wheels, how often you check the pressures, etc., etc. I don't know how many in the UK remember a gentleman called Simon Smith, who was head of Public Health England. So instead of spending it on prevention, he spent £1 million for NHS workers on Zumba. How can we even believe that a Colombian dance routine can be proven to be beneficial? I do not know.
Keith, let's try and focus on the positives, because
sorry, Rajiv. These are points that keep coming up, and if you feel that they're not appropriate, I'm quite happy not to raise them. But these have come up time and time again. All right, waste of money. All right, so I'll jump on to the last part of that, which was a random test was done at Birmingham between Tai Chi and Zumba, and Tai Chi came out better than Zumba for exercise. If I can then move on to integrated care, I'm a great believer in it. Project managing a variety of skills means that you integrate it, achieve a purpose. In recent years, we've had in England around about 100 plus clinical commissioning groups. They've now been reduced down to 42 integrated care boards. What a wonderful title. They don't even speak to me. They won't even answer my emails. Complementary therapy? No. So how do we do that? I don't know. Focus on prevention. And in terms of integrated care, there are so many people around the world that are actually offering integrated care in some shape or form that we really do need a very high level of personnel. I don't like the word committees, but that's what it might be, is how do we identify realistic elements of complementary health into the mainstream, and it will need to be done on a financial basis, evidence-based. So in 2016, here we are 8 years after, I made a proposal which was to look at falls prevention by using a particular form of Qigong. Am I the only person to be able to do it? I don't know. I don't know, maybe there's others out there, but with the initiatives with Healing Our Earth, I think we have the vehicle to do it. I'm just going to spring forward onto an element which maybe you maybe not know about. But I used to belong to an organization who became the result of a formal complaint. The Chinese Communist Party have an organization, have a policy to introduce Belt and Road Initiative, which is to have full control of the world by 2049. They have something like 50 Hao Qigong organizations around the world. We have one here called the British Hao Qigong Association, and they took out a trademark called Hao Qigong. So we have to be careful. It's not political, it's practical. And we also have something like about nearly 30 Confucius Institutes. So when we're dealing with this, we have to be aware that there is a need to divorce ourselves from some of the politics. So I really think that I welcome these opportunities, and I hope that I bring a slightly different viewpoint than the professors, the doctors, and use some skills from my past. So I thank you very much indeed, and looking forward to the future, whatever it may hold, in working together. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you so much. It was good to hear, and that's so important that we hear different perspective and build it together so that whatever come out is much more robust and more conformative to deliver to our patients who are the main aim for whichever branch or discipline practitioners we are. So that's amazing. I can see Lakshmi Vyasji here. What do you think? And I am thinking is that we have got a few minutes to kind of have some more discussions. And if people want to have a couple of thoughts, then we can just bring it together. Do you want to say anything, Lakshmiji and Abhimanyu, if you want to have, and Sridev?
Namaste. It was interesting to listen to Keith. I had listened to him earlier also. At the same time, I believe that prevention is always better than cure, because it helps us to overcome the fall or whatever happens much easily, if you take a little care while climbing or while walking, or do you have the right shoes to wear. All these things are very, very important for taking prevention. And I also want to talk about the NHS. I think they have been doing a marvelous job throughout UK. But I think because of the number of people who are admitted and who are looked after, sometimes their efficiency may be less, but that doesn't mean they don't do their job. That's all I wanted to say. But it was an interesting talk, and Tai Chi is it's good for people who are younger. The old people are not able to cope up with Tai Chi. That's another thing I would like to add. Thank you.
Perfect. That's fantastic. And I can clearly agree that there's enormous task being done. And unless the whole NHS is, although it looks easy to look from outside and there are pitfalls, but the job it does, and I know America is very much envious and several times has visited how we can provide a care that is free to the point of delivery is a miracle. So I think you're absolutely right, Lakshmiji. And also that, that each thing has got its positive things to say, like, if it's asthma, modern medicine has got its, it has got the bronchodilator. Somebody is having that acute severe asthma, need intensive care. You won't be able to say whatever to do, Ayurveda, yoga, or Tai Chi, or Qigong, or hypnotherapy or breathing exercises, because the guy cannot breathe. So that's the place for modern medicine. So you can, put on ventilator, give steroid, bronchodilator.
Yes.
Then on the other hand, you can have for ongoing asthma in between. That's where you can give, if it's like Indian medicine, we can use Vasaka, Haritaki, or dietary adjustment, or breathing exercises. That can be done in terms of the traditional Chinese medicine. You can give acupuncture, herbal formula like Jiuzing, Long Tang, dietary therapy, etc. So the whole purpose is to reduce the asthma attack, cause the prevention, improve the lung function, so that they don't need to go to hospital, which is what I think Keith was highlighting, and that's the right point to do. And that's the true prevention. And I'm really sad that whosoever was GP, and he said after discharge, that is just stupid. I would love to know his name and his competency, but anyway, let's not go there. Let's go enhancing quality.
May I just reflect a little tiny bit then, is that asthma, so many people are obviously affected. The team here know my colleague, Malcolm Calvert, and Malcolm had severe asthma many years ago and was using an inhaler 7 times a day. He, through his Tai Chi and his Qigong and his breathing exercises, is completely off of those inhalers. And I think that these single little points are the positives about prevention. Maybe after the event, my daughter is very allergic to anything nuts, and so she has to carry an EpiPen. Could some of the complementary therapies help her? The wrong man to actually introduce these things to her daughter is her father. So I'll still leave it there, but that's the positive out of this. Thank you very much.
Kate, thank you very much for being here. It's been wonderful. We are chit-chatting. What we've all agreed is that there is a room for bringing complementary, alternative, supplementary, integrated way of life. And who better than Professor Ish Sharma, who is actually trialing that in Mauritius. Before I go to Ish, shortly we'll be going to Riddhi, who is live over there from a retreat where they conducted a retreat over the weekend, particularly to do with yoga and Vedic knowledge as well. So shortly we'll be going there. Professor Ish Sharma, I believe and we believe at Healing Our Earth that we should start through education, through the younger generation, where they can grow to make sure, like everybody says, prevention is better than cure and knowledge is better than ignorance. So Professor Ish Sharma, do you agree that education is a way forward to integrate both the allopathy and the alternative medicines?
Yes, very much. And I believe sooner or later we are going to reach to a conclusion where we all, like especially our big brother, the Western medical system, will have to come to the terms that, okay, they have to actually catch them young. They cannot keep waiting for someone to be taken ill and then come for the treatment. They have to be proactive and they have to reach out to them at the school level, as Dr. Rajiv is already contemplating and he is working very hard. And because anything being approved in the UK will be a world standard, so Dr. Rajiv, it is not going to be easy. But once you do it, it will not be for England only, it will be for the world to follow. So surely you are on a very right track at a very right time. And educating them as young, because youngsters unfortunately might be believing like what we have to do with healthcare advice and precautions and do's and don'ts. Say we are young, we are energetic. We'll think of it when we are old, old enough to be taken ill. This concept has to change, because diseases are becoming, they have got their own thought process. They are becoming more and more defiant. They are becoming more and more incurable. We all know about the resistant bacteria we are encountering, various virus strains we are encountering. So they are also fighting their own battle against mankind. That is where we have to very proactively educate them towards health, very importantly. And everyone has got one's own vision to start. Someone could be starting with a right mindset for the kids, or right food for the kids, or right exercise, or right social values and whatnot, hygiene, yoga, and Tai Chi. Every component has got something to offer to the kids so that they grow up into a healthier future generation.
So Ish, you mentioned that UK can be the leader, which is true. Although there are other countries like India are now actually leading the world as well. And UK and India has got a collaboration going where there will be an APPG, all-party parliamentary group pretty soon, which is going to explore this. So UK is on the momentum. So some good news will be there in 2025 or 2026, tail end of 2025, 2026. We are linked with it, so it'll be very useful. But we need also people like Keith, because whilst they may not be academic, because they come from a wisdom background, from actually hands-on operation into their previous profession, Keith has actually mastered a bit of methodology in a matter in which how to dispense the information and collect the group. So we do need people like that. Then we need people like Rajiv who are actually in the NHS, trying to make their way within there, meeting some stumbling blocks, but slowly jumping over each hurdle. And let's go, because before we go to Riddhi, let's go to Dr. Sridhar in India and Pardeep in Australia. I'm surprised he's still awake, because he's gone past midnight there in, maybe he's having his breakfast. We go to Dr. Sridhar there. Dr. Sridhar, do you believe education is the way forward and we catch them young age, even as young as 5 to 10-year-olds through education, like what we used to do in a physical education, which was a part of our growing? What are your opinion on that, Dr. Sridhar?
With due regards to all the panelists, I personally feel that we shall create an atmosphere where inculcation of certain attitude shall be inculcated, where we are not having a particular block or bias against any kind of knowledge. So once we are having that receptiveness in ourselves, when we are able to teach our students from early age that they should not be biased for any science, because a 5 or 10 year old student is not aware of what is modern medicine, what is Ayurveda, what is Tai Chi, what is Chinese medicine. They are open for any kind of knowledge, and therefore, because when we become professional, now we become biased. Yes, and our biases are the biggest hindrance in front of us, because as a professional, we call ourselves professional, but we are not ready to learn from each other. So that is what Acharya Sushruta has said clearly, that Ekam Shastra Madhyano na Vidyata Shastra Vanishchayam. By just going through one particular science, you cannot serve the mankind. You have to always remain well versed with all the contemporary science which are essential for your practice. In the olden days, a Ayurvedist or a Vaidya will definitely get a patient who will be having a prescription from a Karmkand or a Jyotishi or some Tantra Yukti. So Vaidyas were having a good knowledge about all those aspects also, Jyotish. But nowadays, as the Ayurvedist, I get a patient with certain prescription. Maybe my patient has taken Tai Chi, prescription treatment protocol, or maybe he or she has taken some modern prescriptions. I should have a good knowledge about that also. And the same time, the modern people should also have some amount of information about the Ayurveda or other perspectives, and we shall gather. We should inculcate that habit of respecting each other. First of all, we have to accept that our knowledge is limited. I'm not talking about science. I'm talking about as an individual. So therefore, it becomes easy to work as a team with each other. Ayurveda is very vast. I'm having a limited knowledge of Ayurveda. So whenever I'm having some amount of problem, I have to go to Dr. E. Sharma sir, because he's our teacher. He will make it clear to us. If I'm having some amount of problem with some relating to some pathology which a modern person can help, so I will refer to Dr. H.K. Singh or Dr. Malla, and they will help me. So we should develop that habit of taking help of each other. It shouldn't be from a Ayurveda perspective only. If some rheumatologist is working in a city, it is knowing that since last 15 or 20 years, I'm continuously giving steroids to a patient, and it is not helping him or her either. So he should definitely have an awareness that yes, in Ayurveda or in other fields also, there are some treatments. But how come a professional at the age of 24 or 25 will inculcate this? It is not possible. So therefore, due regards to you, sir, early ages, 5 year, 10 year, we have to inculcate this attitude into them that they should have that learning eagerness. Whatever comes to their way, they should try to learn. And
Thank
that is
you.
why I often say one should be a student always.
Thank you, Dr. Sridhar. So Dr. Sridhar says, let's leave our egos aside. Let's leave our biasness aside. Let's work in harmony. And like Professor Sharma says, we can tap them into a bit younger. It might help. Shortly, Vidhi, stand by. We are coming to you. Seema, we need your opinion. Professor Pardeep in Australia. So we were in London. We went to the Indian Ocean. We went to India. Now we are going to Oceania, where Australia, where Professor Pardeep is. Your comment on should we grab them young and gently educate and ease them and get them into an exercise format where in future life they don't catch any ailments? Over to you, Professor Pardeep.
Yeah, of course, I am very much interested for the same as told by Dr. Shridev. And Dr. E.G. always taught us the same, that there should be integrative approach about the same things, because Dr. Shridev also told one thing about the detailed history taking, as we are also seeing in our patients all the time, if person is taking its own diagnosis, written or in mind or from Google or wherever. But when we go through the detailed history, taking the some pulse diagnose or tongue diagnose or writing some investigations or sending them to some specialist for the more pathology part, biochemistry part, or some ultrasonography or MRI or whatever the X-rays, then it comes to be some different angle of the disease. Means, as Dr. Ish always tell, that diagnosis should be must, treatment will be there already, because we have to keep our egos aside, of course, and having an integrative approach for the better health journey of the all around community around us. Because when we will be reaching to some particular integrative approach, only and only then the better health can be there. all around the world. That's
So you are positive as well, Pardeep. And Pardeep, you are a regular supporter at Healing Our Earth. Thank you for being there early in the morning. So from London to India to Indian Ocean, we'll go to the other side of Atlantic where our senior host is now ready, Sharon Rose. Sharon, global namaste. Before I come to you, Sharon, stay around because we like covering all the continents. And it's nice to have a producer. Ish is our Ayurveda producer. Rajiv is our integrated health producer. Riddhi over here is our yoga producer. Seema, our kitchen producer. Sharon from our Australia. So it's nice to have senior people over here. Seema, your comment on what you feel is going and education, and you're from East Africa and Hong Kong and India, everywhere. And you agree that we should start young and we gently start training people from young.
Absolutely. I think education.
Okay, Seema, there is a background noise at your place. So if you could correct that and we'll come back to you. Riddhi, global namaste. Riddhi is our team lead for yoga and meditation. And right now you had a retreat there in London, which went so well. You had last weekend, you got this weekend, you are live there. Global namaste. Tell us more about it.
Global Namaste. Welcome as well to Yorkulum. So we've actually just had a Yorkulum weekend last weekend, which was a massive retreat where it was a completely sold out event. We did everything from pranayama, yoga itself, asanas, to even like the more subtle practices, and really starting to work with mantras on a different level. Because as I'm sure Dr. Rajiv can actually agree with this as well, that being in a medic, just like my friend here, Hethuji, is as well, who I will introduce in a second, being a medic, it actually helps us to work on the physical level. So the first set of diagnosis, that actually there's a bigger mental, emotional side to it too, which I'm pretty sure people like Ish and Keith can relate to too. So without further ado, Global Namaste.
Namaste.
And welcome to this platform. This is our Healing Our Earth platform, where we basically bring together all kinds of integrated health and well-being that can serve the community. Neil Kumar, who's just actually said hello to us, is our director at Healing Our Earth as well. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce Hethuji to all of you today. Hethuji is our teacher here for Yog TTC. One of the things that we actually want to do as part of Yorkulum was to give the platform to teachers which actually had a similar kind of background. Hethuji herself has been in that whole side of medic, and so is her husband as well, a cardiologist. Hethuji, if you could please kindly introduce yourself.
Sure. Namaste, everyone. So originally I'm from India. I did my MBBS there and then went to US and did my residency in anesthesia, and was not quite happy with the healthcare system, and life came in the way and certain personal reasons. I switched gear, and for last 15 years, I'm in yoga. And just to take all of the talks that we have done so far, my goal was always well-being of kids. And so I've been teaching kids yoga for the last 15 years and realized that we need a structured kids yoga program like any other form of discipline, like martial arts, taekwondo, karate, Bharatanatyam. All of those art forms have a 10 years of roadmap and a discipline. So what we did in San Antonio, Texas is we have a Om Ashram, which serves as a school for the kids for yoga, as well as for a lot of Vedic values from early education. So we have 100 plus kids that come from age 4 and above. And we have a structured 10 years of kids yoga program with 18 different modules. They go through a very rigorous asana practice. We are linked. I come from the Ashtanga Yoga of Mysore background. So they're giving a current curriculum for 6 months, then they get assessed and examined, and then they're placed in the appropriate level. So after 10 years, when the kids come out, they have a thorough understanding of asanas, the philosophy, Bhagavad Gita, Yoga Sutra, and all of that. And that's what my main work is. If you have time, I can share the little background and the website. It's called Yog Sopanam, our ladder for Ashtanga Yoga for kids.
Well, even better. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. You're welcome over here. Maybe on 14th of July, we have got Kids and Teens program where we actually promote children and teenagers. And Riddhi, if you can organize with Amrita, so if she gets a slot, let's bring the kids because we are very, very convinced that we need to change our attitude now and start with the children, respect the children and the current generation. If we can educate through the young age group of people, maybe we can live a better world than what we are in right now. So Riddhi, if you could
And
organize
also,
that.
Neilbhai, one of the fantastic things that Hetuji is going to be doing next month for International Yoga Day is to be working in America, where she's going to be organizing a big Mela festival, bringing together millets, the importance of millets. We've had some fantastic cooked lunches produced by the team as well during the retreat and during the TTC. And she also works fantastically well with different forms of yoga, introducing different professionals. So if you're around, where is that going to be?
Well, that's for the International Day of Yoga, and it's on June 22nd. And this would be our 10th year celebrating. And at the ashram, we're doing a festival called Millets and Meditation, where we'll be exposing people to 30 plus dishes on millets from different parts of the world, where they can come and sample and get the recipes and education on how to cook it and what's the advantage of switching from rice and wheat to millets, and also introduce them to several forms of meditation by offering breakout session so that they can connect with whatever is their temperament and whatever suits them.
Okay, Riddhi, stay around. We are going to come back to you in a moment. So we want to know about the 22nd July in USA. If you make a 10-minute news recording, Riddhi will tell you how. On maybe the following week, we want to show about it because we are having an episode just before that, but we can actually play on that. Stay around. You mentioned millet. Let's go to our kitchen episode producer here, Seema, who loves millet. But Seema, before you answer, Keith, you had your hand up and you're also watching football and you're a football supporter. You like chasing ball in the lounge. You had your hands up. What comment did you wanted to make before we go to Seema? Over to you, Keith.
Right. Football. We've won. We've got.
Oh, yes. Congratulations.
We got back into the Premiership. I just sent Reggie a note. This move towards education for the youngsters. We have had a wonderful response to the activities of a few weeks ago with Bill Douglas and World Tai Chi Day. Thanks, Sharon. Nice to see you as well. However, Bill has now a project called Global Transformation Project, and its whole ethos is about approaching the UN through petitions and also through his World Tai Chi organization to have Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, mindfulness, breath work, etc., introduced into the school's curriculum across the world. I had the pleasure of doing some work with some 6-year-olds a few years ago, and I didn't realize the importance of having them sit there for a few minutes, just relaxing. So I'm going to now go and have a glass of wine to celebrate the Southampton Football Club getting through to the Premier League. And I thank you all. Global Namaste and good wishes to everybody taking part. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kit. We'll check out with you a bit later. And let's call Amrita over here as well. And we go to Sharon. Seema, you are there as well. And you heard about millet. And millet is what Healing Our Earth promotes through Chef D and yourself. And 30 recipes. Hetal was saying that there will be 30 recipes. She's very keen. She's here at the moment with Riddhi in London, but she'll be back in USA promoting there on 22nd June, I believe. So Seema, your comments on millets and education and children being enhanced now at young age. Over to you, Seema.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nilkumar. Millets, I think I've also been experimenting extensively with millets, and they are a great substitute for rice or wheat, and they're gluten-free. And we have several types of millets, we've got kodo millet, we've got foxtail millet, we've got all the different forms of millets. And while I've been experimenting with millets, they are so delicious and so nutritious, and on top of it, they're gluten free. And I was just thinking, whenever anybody discusses food, my creative juices start flowing. And I was just thinking, how about we explore the world of millets? Millets in every way, like if instead of having a cracked wheat tabbouleh, for example, that hails from Lebanon, perhaps a millet tabbouleh, you know. I do a lot of millet khichdi. I do a lot of millet khichdi and I throw in my pumpkin. And of course, the devious mother in me is always sneaking in the vegetables, the pumpkin, the lauki, the carrots, the corn, to get my children, to have their vegetables in a very delicious form. But now that you mentioned millets, and because I hail from Asia as well, I lived in Hong Kong for 20 years, I'm thinking, how could we implement the world of millets into Southeast Asian cuisine? This is something I'm thinking about. Perhaps substitute or add millets to a papaya or mango salad with pomelo. I know
It's okay. It's okay.
going off.
Seema,
Yeah, but
diversification.
that's
Seema,
diversifying. But having said that, I do want to add one point, what Kate said earlier on about educating the youth and implementing the programs within the UN for Tai Chi and Qigong and yoga. Children are like sponges. Anything we give them, they will absorb. So it starts at a very young age. They say that whatever a child learns from the age of 2 to 5 is so instrumental within them for the rest of their lives. So much so that mothers have actually been playing Mozart and classical music to their children, and exposing them to the world of colors and affirmations and everything positive to build their lives into a very fruitful direction. So yes, I'm all on board with this. We have to educate the youth. We have to bring all these practices in for the younger generation. And it starts from a very young age. It must be a part of every curriculum. This is what I do believe very strongly.
Thank you, Seema. Seema, you mentioned millets again, which we are very keen. Professor Ish Sharma actually in pandemic time started talking about millets and said the benefits of it. We'll be going to visit him for a few seconds in a moment. So Hetal, you will be put in touch with Seema and Chef D, who are part of our Glow Women team, that Riddhi will make sure, facilitate that you are all in a loop. And Riddhi, before we go back to you on that, because it's important that we are talking about recipes and millet, an important bit. Amrita and Seema and Riddhi, you are part of that. The Glow Women, which is going to be launched tail end of this year, which are part of the 22nd Century Global Women. One of his memorandum is education. We are going to go and educate children at young age, particularly taking the Africa continent who lack in this kind of resources. So how nice that is beautiful that all of us agree that education is the way forward. And we all agree that if we can start young, it will be more beautiful. I'll take a comment from Ish, go back to Riddhi, then go back to Rajiv, and Sharon is waiting because she wants to show a video and the sound healers which are coming. Ish, you were very keen in the original pandemic time, you were promoting millet very much, and you actually brought the benefits of it. And your comment with what Hetal is planning to do, 30 different dishes, and now Seema has added 2 or 3 more dishes in her list.
Okay. Millets surely a very interesting topic. Ayurveda thousands of years back mentioned about millets, and it was called kudhanya. Kudhanya means inferior kind of cereals. Why inferior? Because these were giving lesser energy than wheat and rice. Like maybe 100 years back, cycling was inferior to having a car. Using like a cotton shirt was inferior to having a silk shirt. Now it's the other way around. So now we all are suffering from calorie overload. We require foods which are low on calorie, and that is where millets fit the best. Millets take 1/4 water than rice to grow and half the water than wheat to grow. 1 kilogram of rice requires 3,500 liters of water, just 1 kg of rice. And millets are practically, they do not require cultivation. They are seedy grasses. They grow at their own. They do not require like any pesticide treatment because they're resistant to bacteria. They do not catch infections very easily. So when we take millets, we gain a better immunity. Millets are a C4 kind of photosynthesis crop. What is C4 photosynthesis? C4 gives out much lesser carbon dioxide. A C4 plant would give out, would release much lesser CO2. That is where it is friendly for environment. The SDG goals, Sustainable Development Goal number 1 and number 2, no hunger. No hunger can be only achieved if we start using more and more millets than wheat and rice. Then only the whole world can get food. If we can afford, then there is one SDG which warns us towards responsible consumption. We should be consuming responsibly. If we can buy very expensive wheat and very expensive rice, we necessarily should not be doing it. So if we, and I just give some examples in Mauritius. Right now we have millets in Mauritius in packets of like 100 grams and 200 grams. And I'm telling all my students to go to the supermarkets, ask for millets, so that they have to have a packing, like packings of 10 kilograms and 20 kilograms and not 100 grams and 200 grams. So, and we did speak to some ministers also to change a policy to import millets at much convenient terms for the public to use. So millets are really like awesome. And
so Ish, what I loved was you didn't demonstrate the health benefit and nutrient benefit, but it comes to ecology as well, environmentally friendly. So Amrita, next week's episode, World Environment Day, Professor Ish Sharma has to come and bring the facet of not just environmental friendly and nutrient friendly, but it doesn't even require that many spraying of pesticides. So now if you look at it from all angles, it's beautiful. Ish, thank you very much for this enlightening knowledge. So next week, you are also coming back to Healing Our Earth. It's very important. Stay around. We got our sound healers. You know, these are famous American couple, you know, who go around there and they've got so much social media links that you will see. Sharon is shortly going to introduce Andy and Jonathan in a moment. But before we go there, Amrita, make a note of the environment there because this is a very good point all the way through. And Rajiv, before we go to Sharon, who has got the guest to introduce and a video to play to us, and doesn't mind if we are overrunning, let's ask Riddhi. Riddhi, another successful weekend you had. Tell us how people received, because Ethel was also one of the contributors and a senior lecturer there, and as yourself. How did it go? How did the retreat go? Because it was in person, it wasn't online. How was it?
The retreat was a phenomenal experience. We started with a Havan on Friday evening. We then had a full packed day on Saturday, and we ended up leaving on Friday evening. Beautiful experience, out in nature, really grounding and centering ourselves, being present in the moment. And isn't that just what life is about? And a global namaste to Sharon as well. And I'm not sure if you've actually met Hethelji before, Hethel Nayak. I think she believes that she's seen you in California before.
It's quite possible. I'm sure she would. You put them in touch. Riddhi, stay around. We are going to come back to you in a moment. We spoke about, you spoke about retreat. So our retreat leader, Seema, which is starting in-person retreat from next year. Seema, Riddhi has already done a mini version here in London that is going to grow now. And your thoughts on retreat, because Sharon has been showing around some venues as well last weekend to the people. So Seema, your quick comment, and then we go to Sharon.
I think retreats are very exciting, and really congratulations on your first retreat. I think we had a little exchange on WhatsApp that we're to connect further on retreats. So we are planning retreats. Yes, Sharon, Vidhi, our whole team, and we're looking at different locations all over the world. And it's a great way to get people together and share our visions together, to help people grow together and bond together, to create aspects of networking, you know. And of course, with it, with Healing Our Earth, we always bring in the health and wellness side of things. You know, we will have a lot of Ayurveda, a lot of meditation. We have a great Hollywood qualified beauty therapist with us who can offer us alternative ways of self-care and looking after ourselves. So, and retreats are a great way of traveling the world, meeting people, seeing different countries, exploring different cultures,
So, Seema,
savoring different cuisines. Now, look,
Seema,
yes.
Seema, thank you. We'll tell people more about it just in a moment. Stay around. So, from London to India, to Indian Ocean, Mauritius, and to Australia, where Pardeep, thank you very much, is something like, oh, I don't know, about 3 o'clock in the morning, and you are still there, and we are so glued to it. Rajiv, let's move over to Sharon. And we had a wonderful day so far. We traveled all the continent. So Rajiv, Sharon, take it away. And we go to our senior chief guests there, Andy and Jonathan, who are going to rock you with sound healing. Keep your ears open.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We can see that it is so really intrigue, intense, and really integrated session that we had. We had so much different variety, different facets, different like angles, different layers, and different dimensions that actually packed together in this such a small space of time. In theory, if you go normal ways where people kind of talk a number, you know, it would have taken like 8 hours, but you know, it has been very focused approach, and I'm so glad that it has worked fantastically. What a great day. And I think now, as people from Far East are going to this, our friends at our transatlantic way are waking up. I can see beautiful faces. I have got our resident host, Sharon, bright, smiley, and amazing soul who has connected. And I had quite a few discussions before this episode. How do we do that? And we have got Andy and Jonathan. It's amazing. It's amazing. Sound healing is a music to my ear because for a long time I have been talking about the music therapy and dance therapy to be part of this integrated medicine. And Sharon is a dancer, so I asked her and probably persuade her to physically do the dance and do how.
Wow, Professor Rajiv, that's wonderful. That's really wonderful, in fact. And the beautiful part is we have moved from one part of the globe, from Australia, all the way, turning around through India and to various other countries, US, and moving again to US. And it is really wonderful. Congratulations to Sharon, and most welcome, Andy and Jonathan. Very global namaste to all of you. Sharon, I'd like to personally congratulate you for your performance at NAMA conference in US, which has been a great success. We have been hearing a lot about you, and what a marvelous job you have done performing your own way at this point of life. So it's time to hear from you, Sharon, and then we move to Andy and Jonathan. Over to you, Sharon. Thank you.
Global namaste, everyone. Sharon Rose here. And the NAMA conference, Ayurvedic conference, was incredible. And after my interview with my dear, dear, beloved friends, Jonathan and Andy, you know, my husband and I, with our company Sacred Mysteries, years ago made their video Healing Sounds. And we've been in love with them ever since. We're in love with them before. So let me introduce them. Jonathan Goldman, MA, is an international authority and pioneer in the field of sound healing. He is a renowned writer, musician, and teacher. Jonathan is the author of several books, including Healing Sounds, The Divine Name, the 2011 Visionary Award for Best Alternative Book of the Year, and The 7 Secrets of Sound Healing. A Grammy nominee, his award-winning recordings include Chakra Chants, The Divine Name, and Reiki Chants. He is the founder and director of the Sound Healers Association and CEO of Spirit Music. Jonathan Goldman was named one of the Watkins Mind, Body, Spirit magazine's 100 most spiritually influential living people. Yes, and recently received the Distinguished Person of the Year Award from the Association for Comprehensive Energy Psychology for his pioneering contribution to the field of sound and energy. Andy Goldman, MA, LPC, is a licensed psychotherapist specializing in holistic counseling and sound therapy. She is the director of the Healing Sound Seminars and co-director of the Sound Healers Association. She is a musician, teacher, sound healer, award-winning author, and the wife and partner of Jonathan Goldman. I remember when they met, actually. It was like, it was beautiful. It was two radiant beings coming together. Together, Jonathan and Andy have dedicated their lives to the path of service, helping awaken and empower others with the ability of sound to heal and transform. And their website is healingsounds.com. Wow, it's such a joy to see you. Welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Sharon, it's a blessing to be here with you and everyone else. Namaste.
Oh, namaste. And we are so delighted to be here and to be sharing our sound healing with everyone. What a gift. And we are grateful. It's great to see you too, Sharon.
Totally.
Yeah, it's been a while, but this is great.
So just a quick question. As we're here, have we lost communications? Well, we'll keep talking and see. Sharon, if you can hear us, how long would you like us to do our presentation for this morning? Just want to be because we have so much to share.
Let's say, Rajiv, are you here?
Yes, I am here. I'm thinking it's probably half an hour.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Great, super.
Perfect. That's what we thought too.
And just before we begin anything, it's an honor to be sharing with you and just to know, we're not going to be talking about music for the most part. We're going to be talking about sound and literally vibrations and the ability of vibrations to shift and change us on molecular, etheric, many different levels so that we can basically reach a higher level of evolution. And we are also going to be talking about sound for planetary healing, because you folks seem to be into that phenomena of planetary healing as well. And we are in resonance with you, Andy.
Absolutely. And today for our program, what we want to do is talk about what we call the 4 pillars of sound healing. And we put these together. We've been at this for a very long time. Jonathan has been in this field for 45 years.
Thanks.
And Jonathan and I have been working together for 30 years. So we have been around the block a few times. And we know now that sound is just really growing exponentially. And people are so interested in it. And we thought, well, let us, with all the experience that we've had, let us put together something that can be concise and help people to open up and understand more about sound as a healing modality. So we have the 4 pillars of sound healing.
Before we begin, just because we're dealing with sound, how is our sound? Just doing a little sound check with you all. Can you all hear us okay?
Absolutely fine.
Oh, great.
Important to check out. Okay.
Yeah.
The 4 pillars. So, and there are all the different things I've done. Beautiful. So as we deal with sound, the first pillar is
everything is vibration.
And if you examine the various tenets of the different spiritual texts on our planet, you find that they have a commonality. Whether it's, in the beginning was the word, and the Lord said, let there be light. In the Hindu tradition, Brahman basically, well, there's so many different stories. In the beginning was Brahman, with whom was the word. In the Australian tradition, but by goodness gracious, there's the Wanjana, the Dreamtime people. Sound as the creative basic force of the universe. And we have now our ancient mystics saying this, that everything is vibration. We have our quantum physicists also saying that everything is vibration. So we have the two together. And what an extraordinary thing that is, where science and spirituality are now, if you like, meshing.
And what I want to talk about are two ways that sound affects us. And the first way is through psychoacoustics. And this is actually where we're listening, and we hear the sound going in through our ears, traveling through our auditory pathways, up to our brain, and affecting our nervous system and our heart rate and our physical body. And of course, when we are listening, Jonathan has got a plethora of over 30 albums of sound healing music that you can find anywhere on Amazon, Spotify, all the places. But that is what psychoacoustics is. It's when we are actually listening and the sounds are affecting us. And, if you're listening to specifically healing sounds, then, you're going to hopefully have the healing effect go into your body.
Your heart rate, your respiration, your brain waves are all going to be affected as the sound goes into our ear. So indeed, music works this way, and all sorts of other sounds. And then the other way, first way is sound going into our ear. The other way is called
vibroacoustics. And vibroacoustics is when the sound actually goes into our body at a cellular level. For instance, honey, hand me that tuning fork there. For instance, if we are working with healing sounds tuning forks, this is an example of vibroacoustics. We put the sound directly onto the body. Now, later on in our program this morning, we're going to talk about a sound that we find is the most powerful vibroacoustic sound, and that is the power of humming. And we'll talk more about that a little bit later.
This concept of vibroacoustics, because a lot of people are aware, and they think about sound as a phenomenon that affects their hearing, which is very, very wonderful, but also it affects us on a physical level, and through the physical level, it's affecting everything energetically and whatnot. And just to let you know that this is real, it's a quote from the New York Times Science section, February 8th, 1988. Sound, shaped into dazzling tool, can make, break, or rearrange molecular structure. So we're talking about a power or an energy that has the ability of affecting us on a very, very deep, deep level, going down even to our DNA. And just as a thought, the basic principle of using sound as a healing modality is this: everything is in a state of vibration. This includes our body. Every organ, every bone, every tissue is in a state of vibration. When we are in a healthy vibration, we say we're in sound health. We are like this overall orchestra that's playing the symphony of the self. But what happens if the second violin player loses their sheet music? They begin to play out of tune, out of harmony. Pretty soon the entire string section is off. Pretty soon the entire orchestra is off. And this is, if you like, akin to a part of our body losing its normal, healthy vibrations. We say it's normal, healthy, harmonic resonance. And in that case, the simple answer is to restore the sheet music back to the string player, basically to somehow create the correct vibrational resonance, put it into the body real quick. This is found in almost all the alternative therapies, non-allopathic medicine, whether it's homeopathy, naturopathy, chromotherapy, light therapy, even chiropractic is based upon this principle of putting into balance this type of thing. So this is an overall global concept that certainly our ancestors were aware of. And now a lot of us here in modern times are becoming aware of this power of balance, of vibrational balance. So the first phenomena of sound healing is that everything is in vibration.
And now we'll go to the second pillar of sound healing, and that is intent is powerful. And what we know working with sound, that the intention that we are holding when we are actually working with sound as a healing modality, the intention is as important as the sound. And probably about 40 some years ago, Jonathan created a formula which is so relevant today, and that is frequency plus intent equals healing. So the sound plus the intention that we are holding equals healing. So when we're working with sound, we really want to be mindful of holding the healing intentions of love, positivity, appreciation, gratitude, all of those aspects of the human spirit that are uplifting and positive. The intention is so important.
And when I first came up with that formula, frequency plus intent equals healing, and I was dealing with a lot of scientists and doctors, and I talked to them about it, and they would look at me like I was a person from another planet, which I well may be, but they weren't supposed to know that. But now we have people like Dr. Bruce Lipton and his Biology of Belief, a wondrous book if you don't know about that. Joe Dispenza's You Are the Placebo. We have Masaru Emoto did this brilliant work photographing crystalline water that had been exposed to different, if you like, vibrational resonance, different intentionalities, and shown that water that was basically exposed to positive intentionality looks like the snowflake when it's frozen and photographed with a dark field microscope. And if the vibrations are negative or polluted, it looks like mud. And what's so phenomenal is that one of the photographs is of the Fujiwara Dam in Japan. And this is polluted and it looks like mud, but he had then a Buddhist priest chant what is called the Heart Sutra over it for a half hour, and he rephotographed it, and it looked like snowflake. So really, really, the power of intentionality is so very, very important.
And so we've got everything is vibration, intent is powerful. The third pillar is we are all unique vibratory beings. And we feel that that is so important because each of us experiences sound in our own unique way. And I may love a piece of music. I may really feel uplifted by a particular sound or mantra, and maybe Jonathan won't be in resonance with it. We are all unique. And so the way that we experience the sound is what's important. And I know when Jonathan and I do workshops, we'll often ask our group, hey, is anyone here allergic to penicillin? And, you know, about a fourth of the group will hold their hands up and we let them know, well, for most of everyone here, penicillin can be a lifesaver. But for those people who are allergic, it cannot be a lifesaver. In fact, the opposite.
It could be toxic.
Yeah. So what we want is for people to know that we are unique vibratory beings. There is not one size fits all. Not one frequency fits all.
And this is so important because it empowers us to realize that if we're having an adverse reaction to something, whether it's a sound, a nutrition, a pharmaceutical, or anything, it's probably best to try something else. The world of sound is this incredible smorgasbord. It's all these different vibrations and all these different frequencies that can affect different people in different ways. And while there is a belief that certain specific frequencies, certain tones may have certain effects and be the healing things. We are not in agreement because we have become so aware after all this time. Now, working with the power of intentionality and belief, if you believe something is going to have a certain effect, it's probably going to have that way. But at the same time, really honor yourself, because just because something is good for somebody else does not mean it's necessarily good for you. So check yourself out and honor how you respond to everything.
And that takes us to our fourth pillar. And that actually, this is my favorite one because it is silence is golden. And we chose to make silence a pillar of sound because it is through the silence, after we have sounded, after we have worked with sounds, we go into silence. And it is in that silence where the shifts and changes actually occur. So silence is a big part of working with sound. And I know in our current culture, it's hard for people oftentimes to go into silence, and they find this to be a foreign experience. But then once they're in the silence, it begins to open them up. And I always tell people when we're in that silence, it's the opportunity for each of us to listen within and to hear our inner wisdom, because our inner wisdom is usually pretty good.
pretty good. And indeed, I like to say that silence is the yin to the yang of sound. And it's really, really important for us to be in that state of silence. As Andy said, it's the place, literally, where the transformation and the shifts occur. If you're vibrating something with sound or with whatnot, you need to be in that, if you like, a zero balance place where you are silent, and that allows the shifts and changes to occur. This is something here in the United States, particularly. There's a whole lot of interest these days in sound, and we see all sorts of interest in Tibetan bowls or crystal bowls or whatnot, or as Andy was doing, tuning forks being used, and people, you become enamored with the power of sound, but a lot of people have not yet learned that it's necessary for you to be in silence almost an equal amount of time. Silence really is golden. It's so very, very important. So we share this with you. And now I'm going to just jump into something which has nothing to do, unrehearsed, is the fact that we think it's very, very important for us to be in what we call compassionate communication with each other, because the world is so divided. And one of the things about the compassionate communication is we need to be able to listen to each other. How many of us are able to literally successfully, compassionately listen so that when the other person is speaking, we don't already have an answer when they're halfway through the sentence that they're doing? We don't have the ability oftentimes to be in silence and to listen, to really be in silence and then understand them. So I want to talk about the fact that you can successfully listen to other people if you're in silence, and also you can use the conversational voice as a healing instrument simply by, if you like, projecting the intentionality of compassion and kindness. It's something we share with you because it's very easy to use the voice as an implement of destruction, but it's really much more powerful to use it as an instrument of healing through simple conversation. Okay, I'm done.
Well, we do like to talk about compassionate understanding and compassionate listening, and they do go hand in hand. And I think now what we'd like to do, I want to just sort of reiterate those four pillars.
Yes.
The first one is everything is vibration. The second one, intent is powerful. Number 3, We are all unique vibratory beings. And number 4, silence is golden. And so when we're working with sound, we actually literally incorporate all 4 of those pillars in our healing work. And what we'd like to do now is go into an aspect of working with our own self-created sounds called humming.
And indeed, I mean, really quickly, the reason that we work with the hum is that I've been working with all sorts of, we've been working with all sorts, but I particularly have been working with all sorts of overtones, mantras, sacred tones, X, Y, and Z for years and years. And at least here in the US, but I think on a global level, a lot of people have what would be called a blocked throat chakra.
Jonathan, if you can hear me,
I can.
There is a question from Istanbul, from Dilara. She's enjoying what she's listening to, and she's saying sound healing can be accessed through various options. And she's mentioning gongs, chimes, sound baths, nature, instrumental music, and ambient sound. She wants to know what is your favorite method for sound healing, yours and Andy's separately. Which do you prefer as the best?
We prefer humming.
Humming. Okay, Dilara, if you are listening in Turkey, you didn't mention humming, but both Andy and Jonathan love humming. So is there an example of humming that you can do live right now?
So my friend, this is where we're about to go. So if we can be in silence and just experience this, you will get your answer.
Okay, everybody, let's hold a silence for a while. And Dilara in Istanbul, your goes just for you. Thank you.
Oh, and you know, and I'm holding up our book called The Humming Effect, which actually did win the Gold Award for Best Alternative Health Book of the Year. But we think there is such a valuable aspect to working with sound healing through humming that we wrote a whole book on it. So we'd like to talk about humming right now. And that, I think, is going to answer any questions that our audience may have at the moment.
And really, the reason we did the hum is that everyone hums, babies, the elderly, you hum when you're happy. And we've developed something called conscious humming that we're going to share with you in a minute. And bottom line is, it is the most powerful vibroacoustic sound that you can make. You remember we were talking about psychoacoustics and then vibroacoustics? I'm going to ask you, just for fun, when you make a hum, I want you to hum with us for just a second, and it's hard for us to do on Zoom because Zoom will cut out a hum. If I hum for 30 seconds, it's going to cut out the hum within about 4 or 5 seconds, so we can't successfully hum for you. But I'm going to say at home, start humming for a second and then pinch your nose like this.
And what happens?
You can't hum if your nose is pinched. And a lot of people don't know that. And that's an example because when you are, if you like, humming, the majority of the sound is in your nasal cavity and then in the, if you like, skull area, and your lips are closed, so the sound is not escaping out. And there are some really extraordinary physiological benefits about doing what we call the conscious hum.
Humming. But before we talk about those, Jonathan, I want to just mention that, when we decided to write a book about humming, we thought, people are not going to take this very seriously. And that we did not want to have happen. So the first chapter of our book is nothing but peer-reviewed research in the positive benefits of humming. And we'd like to share some of those now.
And peer review simply means that it's in the different scientific and medical journals. So it's been, if you like, authenticated, and done by scientists. So it's real, and this is very, very important. And we found so many different things. Andy, take it away.
So when we are consciously humming, and we're going to give you some ideas on how to do that, there's more oxygen is increased in our cells. Our blood pressure is lowered. our heart rate is lowered.
Let's just stop that for a second. If you're stressed out or whatnot, by doing conscious humming, you can lower in a minute or two, believe it or not, your heart rate and your blood pressure by 10 to 20 points, which are pharmacological levels of, in other words, you can take a pill and do the same thing, or you can hum. This is so very important in our stressed out world. All right, we're going to continue. Then you get the...
We now, melatonin is a hormone that is released, and that, of course, controls our sleep cycles. And I know sometimes if I wake up in the middle of the night and cannot get back to sleep, I will start humming. But of course, when we are humming, I just want to pop this in. Breath is vital. Breathing is so important. So when we are humming, we are taking that deep diaphragmatic breath and then humming. And that is when all of these physiological benefits are occurring. And we also have the release of oxytocin, which is the trust hormone. And I know that when we're humming, you know, we feel this connection when we're humming with a group of people or, you know, with one other person. There's this connection that we feel, and that's because the oxytocin is being emitted. Now, the other really important hormone that is released is nitric oxide. And nitric oxide is, take it away, Jonathan. You love to talk about it.
Nitric oxide was actually voted as the molecule of the year in 1992 by Science magazine. And it is, among other things, a vasodilator, which means simply it loosens your circulatory system and allows all sorts of nutrients, including oxygen and other things, to go throughout your body. So it's extremely important, but it's also an antiviral agent, a natural antiviral agent, and an antibacterial agent. So, for example, if you are humming, you get 15 times the amount of nitric oxide that is normally generated through different types of breathing techniques, because the hum, if you like, stimulates the cells in the sinus area. And, you know, a lot of those nasty critters first lodge themselves in the sinus cavity before they go into the rest of the body. So if you're able to hum, do conscious humming, you can take care of that. And
well, and in terms of conscious humming, we've developed, well, in our book, we've got a lot of different exercises and different things that you can do for humming. However, what I'd like to talk about now are the protocols.
Hold on for just 1 second.
Okay.
One last thing. Okay. One last thing, because I know this audience may be aware of this, but they're in the yogic tradition.
Right, yeah.
There is a book by Patanjali's, the Yoga Sutras, and Sutra 1.27. Well, this is a, if you like, Goldman's translation, or you know, if you like, the take on Swami Satchidananda, who is a, if you like, a teacher. And it's Sutra 1.27 says, basically, the original sound of creation was pranava, or pranava, the humming of prana, and they had to give it a name, so they called it Om. And if you think about it, the Om, so the Om comes from the hum. So it could be called the cosmic hum. We thought that was pretty good because a lot of people, oh, you know, the hum,
cool.
Well, wow, there we go. Oh,
awesome.
My God. Wow.
There is Sutra 1.27. Thank you for pulling that
wow.
up. That is amazing.
I love that. That's great. Okay. I love that. Thank you. You know, whoever did that, blessings to you.
That was great.
Okay. So back to conscious humming now. Just how to put that in.
So we can, I know we're really sort of short on time, but I just want to talk about the protocols for conscious humming, because one of the important things, as I mentioned a minute ago, it is our breath and our breathing. You know, when we take that nice, deep diaphragmatic breath, and then on the exhale, we hum, you know, we want to keep our lips closed. We want to, you know, focus on that breath and have our body sort of be relaxed. And also we want to hum on one note on a comfortable pitch. And oftentimes this comfort level can be actually our conversational voice. So we're going to go, Don't know if that picked up or not, but I think you can kind of get the gist of what we're saying. And
we like to suggest that you hum probably 4 to 5 times. Probably take you about a minute and a half or so. So you hum, then you take a nice deep breath. Then you again, and you do this about 4 or 5 times, and then you are in silence for an equal amount of time, because that then, among other things, allows the cells to regenerate, the vibrations to occur, and you can project the sound anywhere from your ajna, your crown center, down to your heart center, or even your stomach, with a little bit of intentionality and a little bit of a shift in pitch.
Well, and I just want to mention too that the beauty of humming and working with your own self-created sound is that you literally become your own therapist. And when you're experiencing levels of stress or anxiety or frustration, and it's like, help, you can actually take a nice deep breath and start to hum and shift that negativity, shift that anxiety, and bring it into balance. So we have that power within ourselves, and let us use it.
One last thing, because we're trying to keep this really concise, is that we are firm believers that with conscious, intentionalized sound, oftentimes we use an om, a hum, or an ah sound, an extended ah. We have a day called World Sound Healing Day. And this is a day when people throughout the planet create a sound that is encoded with the intentionality of compassion and love. Oftentimes we work with what is called heart-brain coherence, getting the heart and the brain together to get into a coherent field, which really immeasurably expands the electromagnetic field, and then the aspect of adding sound to that makes it even greater. And this has been measured by various organizations, including the Global Consciousness Project out of Princeton University, so in New Jersey. So it does make a difference.
And World Sound Healing Day happens every year on February 14th, which is Valentine's Day. And we are now coming up on our 24th World Sound Healing. There's been so many. So I hope that all of you will consider joining us February 14th coming up.
And that is worldsoundhealingday.org. It's about 8 months away, but just log it into your consciousness, because together we can make a difference.
So we were trying to fit a lot of everything in, and I'm looking at our clock. So I don't know if we have any more time left or not, but we're happy to be here for however long you need us.
So sweet. As always, it's such a pleasure to listen to you. And what's so beautiful is the rapport between you. You two are really a model couple for the world. I've always felt that from the moment you met.
Oh, Sharon, thank you so much. Oh, that touches my heart.
And Sharon, while we are at it, maybe time to now chit chat with our panel, because they've got a question to maybe ask. So Andy and Jonathan, you are a very good team of hummers, and maybe all the bees draw to you. Isn't it amazing that bees are the best hummers, but they are not humming. They are flapping their little wings 230 times a second. And that humming, sometimes we feel irritated, and yet humming from Om Sutra 1.27 is so beautiful, because as you are humming, you are resonating your thought, your tongue, you can feel it, as you say, Jonathan. And as you say on Zoom, you cannot really reflect it unless you go through a mixer, in which case you can do that. And who better than our Dr. Amrita, because she likes singing Gayatri mantra, which uses Om, the universal, as does Sharon. Amrita, what are your thoughts on what Andy and Jonathan shared with us? Like Sharon said, the couple were in tango, in tandem.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Yes, it was really sublimating for me. And I was wondering, this has been such an important and beautiful facet, which I personally like in my life and which has personally touched. And I often hear the radio stations, the music, and the music especially has so much of relevance in everybody's life. And it has also a big tone to play with the vibrations that are playing inside you in terms of your relaxation mode or your stress modes. And that has a big difference. If you see, when I chant Om, when you were in fact talking about it, I was recalling the chanting up of Om, which is so resonating. And there are certain words, basically. It's not just about Om, but there are very beautiful words world over with different languages that people can chant, and they chant, and they are the words of power. And that is why it is called as mantra. Man and antra. So there are certain vibrations that touches your heart, and those vibrations, when you chant or when you repeat time and again, energize you. And these energies are always very powerful, out of which Om chanting or hum chanting or chanting with certain words where your inhalation and exhalation goes in rhythm of the synchronization of words makes a very big difference. So brilliant and very marvelous when you have talked about so many facets on biological basis, which I think the premium people and the guests that we have today as experts will be taking up forward in the departments of health sciences and biosciences and genetic engineering to lock this up, to see what are the beautiful facets that music has to bring as a healing modality, as an integrated medicine. Thank you.
Beautiful. I just want to add to that. Music is wonderful. And once again, we're so much into the Vishuddhi chakra, the throat chakra, and the fact that our own voice is incredible. And we, the Om is wonderful. And we deal with the hum for people who are into some people in the United States, for example, might feel that the Om is something they can't chant because they are locked into a particular religious tradition. But nobody is going to have any problems with the hum. So we trick them with the hum.
And Jonathan,
beautiful. That's nice.
And Andy and Jonathan, just to give you good news, that United Kingdom is the first country officially in Manchester, has launched through NHS, which is our trust here for health, sound and music therapy for dementia people. It's the first world official center with several millions of pounds spent in there. The results were immediate, and funnily enough, from India, where because we've got a lot of history and several thousands of years of origin of language and music, they use sound therapy as morning raga. Raga is in the morning, evening, afternoon. UK has now developed, so all the world, watch out, sound therapy and music therapy helps people. So don't take it lightly. Dr. Rajiv Gupta, I'm sure you're enjoying what Andy and Jonathan are sharing with us.
Yes. Hold up just 1 second, sir. I just need to say that in our book, The Humming Effect, the last chapter is called The Humming Hypothesis. It's something I've been, if you like, engaged in for close to 40 years. The idea that we can take sound, self-created sound, such as the hum, project it, and it can create neurogenesis. Okay, and I actually have a paper that I have not yet presented. If you'd like to get in contact with me, I'd love to do that, because Andy and I both are very, very much into humming as a tool for geriatric populations. Okay, much more to be said, but I just want to suggest that you really resonated something deeply that we're both engaged in. We just simply have not had time. Please contact us Go to healingsounds.com and you'll find a way, and we can be in communication about this. Thank you.
Jonathan, Amrita, and Seema who are here, they are the lead core team, including Sharon, for a Glow Women, the Global Women, which are going to take care of people over 80. And that's what you are saying will be very useful. Rajiv will soon be involved because people are living longer. So we are creating special group because we are globally connected. We are creating special group, but the women have already got it in their mandate to take care of women, particularly over 80. The men also do because they are now living beyond 80 and 90. So this, you exactly specifically zoomed into it. So Sharon will put you in touch with Amrita and Seema. I think you are in touch with Vaishali because the email was copied to you. So it's very useful that overall we can gain the momentum. So Rajiv, your comment both for how we can help the elderly, sound and music therapy, where you are in the north of England, where Manchester is the first city on the world which is actually taking it on the health trust.
So thanks. Yes, I've been part of it. As I mentioned earlier, to me, music is an important part for physical health as well as for brain. And this is, and I have seen in people, we see it normally, if you are stressed, you play music and your body relax. And this is a well-known fact. Taking it to the next level, as both Andy and Jonathan explained, is that there is a certain frequency, there are certain vibrations that go, and very well illustrated, the psycho audio, the vibrational audio, there are different levels and they do a different scientific effects. And
Well, the real beauty about sound is that it bypasses the left brain and it just goes right in. And so, you know, anybody, not just the elderly, but particularly since we're talking about the possibility of working with the elderly through humming, it's such a beautiful tool because they don't have to, nothing, you don't think, you just hum and you feel. And it's that simple, really, and effective.
And we have anecdotal stories of people who have used conscious humming, and we have some of this in our book. Conscious humming for strokes, for if they had speech imbalances, etc., and to assist. And the idea is so simple. It's so very, very simple that you can vibrate and resonate your brain. There's no other way that you can do this except through self-created sound, unless you drill a hole or you basically put a laser into your brain, which is a little more invasive. This is natural, this is non-invasive, and it's an incredibly powerful vibratory tool. We have, we can talk much more about this, but let us continue with our conversation because
Rajiv, let's not stop. We want to carry on here. We go back to Sharon here, Andy, Jonathan, Rajiv, Amrita, Lakshmi, Seema, just for a moment, because Sharon actually demonstrated through her tap dancing and the sound as well. I think she has got a video, maybe a few minutes, Sharon, if you share that with us, and then we go back with the chit chat, because this is very interesting. It is not only proving that sound is important. Jonathan, Andy mentioned that when a patient is actually either in hospital or something, many culture has shown that the youngsters or the family go and sing or talk to their people, and sometimes they get out of coma because it bypasses certain section of brain which is in coma. So there is also neurological science proof over there. It is not acceptable as a mainstream therapy, but it has worked to many people. So they say God is, kind to people, and even those who are pregnant, they actually listen to soothing music, and the babies are actually produced slightly different. Sharon, let's look at a bit of your video where you actually used your steps and you use your soothing sound. I mean, if you got the video ready, we do, and we carry on talking. And Seema, we want to see what we can do with Jonathan Andy in Kenya, East Africa in your women's stuff, and also the Far East where you lead for us. So let's look at this sound video, this very recent one.
Let me introduce, this is from this last weekend in Vail. We had the big National Ayurvedic Conference, which was fantastic. And I had the opportunity to teach and perform. I put this video together. I wish I had better footage to work with in terms of the performing, because I wasn't behind the camera, I was out there. So you don't really get to see me dance so much, but you get to see me teach, and you get to see the joy of the whole experience.
And the GVM stands for Global Veda Mela.
Yeah.
An initiative that we are bringing in person in America and all over.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think
Global Namaste. You ready? Here
Yes.
we go. Hey, healing our Earth family. Sharon Rose here reporting from beautiful Colorado on the Nama Ayurvedic Conference. It was incredible. We had such a wonderful time. Dr. Dhanada gave a beautiful presentation along with everybody else. There were booths of all kinds of Ayurvedic products and more, and Tibetan even. And of course, we had a wonderful time. Eleni, Michael Henry Dunn, and I performing for one of the most beautiful and appreciative and talented audiences I have ever had. So check it out.
Global Namaste. It's such an honor for me to be sharing myself with you today. My name's Chandani Maglino. I'm a CAP board certified Ayurvedic practitioner. I specialize in human optimization, longevity, and women's health. I've been practicing, learning, sharing, and teaching yoga and meditation and Ayurveda for well over 20 years. All in service to the Divine Mother. I have understood that the universality of Ayurveda in our world today, Ayurveda being the art and science of life, is important now more than ever. Integrative wellness is the highest activism on earth, and Ayurveda teaches us that no part can be left unturned, that to bring everything in true union, in true communion, in true unity and community, we need to address from a cellular level to a psycho-emotional level all the parts of ourselves and move them into a daily lifestyle practice that is in cohesion, in balance and harmony with the rest of the world, with the cycles and seasons and circadian rhythms, that when we address and we become aware of those things, when we move into this alignment and continual practice of flow state, where trial and error becomes our true north, we will allow ourselves to continually evolve and expand and ascend. And through that practice, through that existential experimentation of our own trial and error, based on the foundation of moving into alignment with the cycles and seasons and elements of nature, we will then, as a byproduct, serve the world from our highest calling and give the world what it needs today to be the lotus paradise that it is, the birthright of each one of us to become the potential of what we were born to bring onto this earth. Namaste.
Yes. So tell me about all your products here.
Oh, can Kathy start? So Carol Ayurveda is a full spectrum company. So we have Academy Products and Wellness Center based in Milpitas, California. So we've been here since about 2006. Dr. Jayarajan Kodanath is our leader and CEO, Chief Clinical Officer, and main educator for the programs. We offer the Ayurvedic counselor, practitioner, and the Ayurvedic doctor equivalent programs, as well as short workshops, series. A few years back, we started importing. We were always importing products. We started importing more products. And we now have an online presence at keralaayurveda.store, and we sell a variety of products, all in the traditional classical formulations. We have many platforms, many proprietary formulations, as well as classical formulations. We have some many massage oils, Shirobala oil, Vata Pitta Kapha oil, many I think there's about 18 different kinds of oils that we do sell in 5-liter bottles as well for those who are looking for wholesale. And we also sell some beauty products and some over-the-counter things that might be more for people that just to resolve common problems like, allergies, something like that. So we're a small company, but we have a broad reach, global. We have retreat centers in India and in Bali, as well as an academy and clinic in Cochin, Kerala. We offer trips to Kerala, and we love to have you check out our website at keralaayurveda.us. And at our academy, we kind of are proud to say that we try to share, we actually share knowledge from the original texts. So that is something I would say we are proud to do, and we want to continue to do it that way, without any kind of dilution of any kind.
Hi, my name is Nahir Luna, and I am the president and founder of Organic Health Labs. I actually formulate products, more condition-driven, so for different types of conditions. As an Ayurvedic doctor now, I have been actually complementing Ayurvedic medicine with Western medicine for the past 20 years. So that's what I do, and my website is organichealthlabs.com.
Hello, my name is Trin Hatch from Jampa Tibetan Pharmacy. We are a botanical and mineral formulation company based on a 2,500-year lineage from Tibet called Suwa Rigpa. Suwa means nourishing and Rigpa means awareness, nourishing awareness. And so it's a healing science that's been kept sacred and true for all this time, that's very, very committed to embodying the mind, body, and spirit into the healing process. We understand on a deeper level that sometimes things of a non-physical nature can interact and cause us to have physical ailments, and until they're resolved, sometimes those physical symptoms and issues don't go away. And so Tibetan medicine really focuses on ensuring that the spiritual and the mental and the emotional aspects of healing are all addressed as well. There are huge amounts of spiritual energy that are imbued into all of these products. They're very much at the highest vibration that we can create them. We use plasmatic frequencies, solfeggio frequencies, golden Fibonacci sequences, and encode our water, which is the base of all of our products. Our water comes from Arkansas, from the crystal grid. It meanders through about 126 miles of celestial quartz and Herkimer diamonds, which encodes the water and builds a structured water for us to use as a base that's already magical within itself. Once we receive it, we then use crystals, different frequencies to continue that process, and that is the base of all of our tinctured infusions, just like this right here. And so we use extracted botanicals, our specialized structured water, and then we bring this traditional Tibetan medicine into an even higher expression by including terpenes. And terpenes are the aspects of essential oils that hold the vast healing potential. To give you an example, Lavender is an essential oil that we all know. Within lavender is a terpene called minolol. Minolol is documented by science to have anti-anxiety effects, stress relieving effects, and also to have pain relieving effects. So when you extract and isolate these terpenes from the plants, you have these specific healing potentials that can then be synergized with other terpenes to increase and enhance the potential for healing to the traditional botanical formulations. And so our Amchi physician, his name is Amchi Tupten Lekshi. He's a lineage holder of Suarigba. He formulates all of our products, and he's very much advanced the expression of plant medicine by incorporating terpenes into the traditional formulations. And that's really a big part of what sets us apart from other companies. We're based in Blaine, Washington. We formulate all of our tinctures, topicals in our lab there, and we also import directly from the Tibetan Buddhist medical monasteries their precious Rinchen jewel pills, which are the epitome of really Tibetan and Eastern medicine. These pills are very sacred. They're used generally one pill every 7 days. The guidance is to take them on an auspicious day or a new moon or a full moon cycle. And these catalyze healing on a much deeper level than anything that I've experienced for myself. This formula right here, just to give you an example, is our precious great iron pill. This is a pill that's used for eye disorders. It's beneficial for cataracts, aqueous humor disorders, intolerances to light, blurred vision, ocular migraines, even dry and watery eyes. And so generally these will be taken one every 7 days for 5 or 10 pills, and that will bring the body out of a degenerative trajectory and back into a regenerative one. So these are a specialized medicine that's never been available in the West until recently, and we're proud to be able to offer them direct from the monasteries. These are our traditional Tibetan pill medicines. As you can see, these are brown rolled herbal pills. And we have about 15 or 20 of these pills available. They're for all different types of conditions. This is Bim Mitra. This is for balancing the doshas and for mood and for sleep. And is also used by monks in meditation practice and in retreat. We have other ones that are for cold and flu, for anxiety, for depression, for PTSD. Some that are for tinnitus, for relieving lung energy, which is air energy, wind energy in Tibetan medicine. And really, we've brought in the Tibetan pill medicines that will complement what we've been able to create with our advanced infusions so that we have a complete system of healing available. And that's really Jampa in a nutshell.
Okay. Namaskar. My name is Aaron Stangl, or Ananta, and I make Ayurvedic charts and posters. I try to make a visual representation, beautifully aesthetic and informational visual representation for every concept in Ayurveda, yoga, tantra, Jyotish. It started, well, I mean, I grew up as an artist, and at a certain point, I did art all throughout my life, and at a certain point, around when I was 19 or 20, I started to get very much into Eastern spiritual stuff, but my Vata was very much out of balance, super out of balance. I felt like I couldn't really function unless I learned about my health. And so I met an Ayurvedic doctor, and he got me on a routine, and I stuck to it very strictly. Ayurvedic diet, lifestyle, herbs, and it helped me out hugely, incredibly. Like, it felt like imbalances I had my whole life were cured or, grounded from that 1 year of Vata management. So I went on later, I went to India, and then I moved to Albuquerque, New Mexico, and studied Ayurveda with Dr. Ladd from 96 to 2000. And he's an amazing artist, and he draws these very cool pictures on the marker board. And I also started to get art commissions at that point, so I started doing art again. And then later I moved to Bali and then back to the States. I studied graphic design, and it kept occurring to me that, like, a lot of people I knew were doing Chinese medicine, studying Chinese medicine or practicing. And they had these cool posters in Chinese medicine with, like, the 5-element theory or herbs. And I just felt this burning desire, like, I have to do this for Ayurveda, So, I studied graphic design, and I learned how to put the things together, with the information and my drawings and paintings. And I started just making the Vata Pitta Kapha charts, and which I will show you. These are the first ones that I made, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. And then I, started evolving them over years, and just started making more and more and more, and I got a lot of good feedback. And so, you know, like I said, I try to make an illustration for every kind of concept in Ayurveda, and I just love Eastern wisdom, knowledge. And when I practice a little bit of Ayurveda, I mean, I am a practitioner, but my practice is minimal. But when I do practice, I teach a lot of Ayurveda because I want people to learn about a healthy lifestyle, not just being dependent on someone to cure them. You know, I want them to learn how to be healthy and happy. And so I use my posters when I teach. You know, I show them what's going on, you know, in the Ayurvedic perspective and the paradigm, you know, and I use these things as reference guides. And so that I sell them to practitioners for them to use them for teaching, or to hang on their wall as decoration, or for students for learning. You know, that's been my business since, you know, 2005 or so, when I made my first charts, and it kind of been rolling ever since then. And so, yeah, my next phase is I want to make them into books. So be like sutras, pictures, you know, classic sutras. So it'll be the illuminated manuscript of Ayurveda. That's my next phase.
How do we find you?
AyurvedaPosters.com. I have a big online presence.
Hi there, namaskar to everybody. Today we are here at Nama conference, and my name is Gary. I am from Gary & Son. We opened our doors in 1999 and spent like 26 years serving the Ayurvedic community. And our wonderful Dr. Dhanadi Kulkarni ji is a great lady, and Sharon is the best dancer. We have saw her last night. Beautiful, wonderful, great, and God bless him, and thank you so much.
She has 4 arms that represent the 4 aims of Hindu life. Dharma, Artha, wealth, Kama, love and family, and of course, moksha, liberation. She's known as Padma, Shri. Shri is her bija mantra, her seed syllable. And she's seated in the lotus. We'll see, as we do the dance, we have all these descriptions of her.
Jai
There we go.
Beautiful, Sharon. Beautiful.
Oh, I'm really into these days photographing, doing the video, doing the editing. I only wish I could have videotaped myself because there was no video of me actually doing the performing part. So I used what people gave me, but I think I need an assistant to come and, but I'm loving filming and editing by myself, having that power.
Sharon, you did very well. And all the people that you covered and those who are selling products will actually go in our shopping cart when it comes start in September. It was so beautiful. I love the way you had a confidence sharing your knowledge with the people and they were in situ with you. Seema, what did you think what Sharon captured? And she was actually present there. She traveled for several miles just to be there and she performed as well.
Excuse me, dear friends. Excuse me, dear friends. It's been an honor for us to be here resonating with you, but we have another appointment, another scheduled event that we need to leave for now. So we send blessings of light and love through sound. Please, if you would like to get in touch with us, it's healingsounds.com. We send you blessings of light and love through sound. And remember,
Well, we heal ourselves.
we heal the planet.
We heal the planet.
We heal ourselves.
We can make a difference. And I just want to say, in behalf of Jonathan and myself, thank you so much for inviting us. Namaste, and just so much love to everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Andy, Jonathan, healing sound for healing our earth. We love you. You are part of our family. And you can come on anytime you like. Amrita is already planning sound healing and music session sometimes in tail end of August or September. Sharon will be in touch with you. We love you and good afternoon and a happy lunching.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I need to leave it now, so we'll catch up again, maybe.
Yes, we're going to catch up there. Obviously, anybody who comes to healing, they keep on coming back. So Seema, first to you, what you felt Sharon captured as well, because we got to be there without being there, without traveling there.
Exquisite. I have no words. I was getting chills down my spine, especially when they were singing Jai Jai Ma. Absolutely wonderful. So much talent. I mean, you think, who would have ever thought of Ayurvedic posters? What a great concept, and Tibetan medicine, bringing it to the West, with those pills that he spoke of. Everything was so magnificent, Sharon, and the 4 limbs of Mata Lakshmi that you explained, so beautifully. And you actually made it so interactive, getting the women in to dance along with you. Just beautiful. I think Global Veda Mela is going to be a extremely uplifting experience that is going to touch so many lives on so many levels. Congratulations to the whole team. This is wonderful. We're very, very proud of you, and thank you. Thank you for capturing those very, very special moments. Very, very beautiful. Thank you.
It was such a joy it's been a while. I've been making films and doing other things and making music, but it's been a while since I taught, and just you saw to look out there and see all these beautiful women and men, doing these movements and with such grace, it was really, really enlivening and inspiring for me.
Very sacred experience. I mean, if the energy transfer just through video was so strong, I cannot fathom what the energetic level was like over there. It must have been so much connection, so much joy, and peace and upliftment and learning as well.
Well, I also attended a bit of Dr. Donna's presentation.
Mhm.
She was amazing. And then
I'm
she
sure.
gave a presentation here in Crestone, and I'll put some of that together to show on the next Ayurvedic show, because what a dynamic speaker. What an extremely intelligent and caring woman. I'm so thrilled to be working with her on the Global Veda Mela.
It's just fantastic. You know, it's wonderful to see how ancient wisdom is rebirthing itself. You know, with
Rita,
some
what are your thoughts on what Seema has just said and what Sharon delivered?
That was really wonderful. Seemaji, you stole my words basically. And Sharon, what to say? I would, on behalf of the whole family of Healing Our Earth, from our founder and director, on behalf of him, as well as all the lovable viewers who are viewing us and who view us on the regular episodes every Sunday, we would like to congratulate Sharon Rose, Dr. Danada, Michael, and Eleni for putting all these things together and bringing up a beautiful new thing in a conference. Generally, the Ayurvedic conferences, being a practitioner of Ayurveda, I've seen it misses out those elements that you have put into, Sharon. And that adds up so much of bright colors into all this that it becomes a vibrant aspect of realizing important things of the culture and the rich heritage that you have preserved on being a part of Sitara Devi. I would not say a disciple, but I'd say a part of the Sitara Devi, because that's what was reflecting out of you and you were illuminating on that. And that facet of yours, that very glow of yours and your aura has given up those vibes that everybody was reflecting on the videos. The second important thing that I would like to also share is the time of realizing the importance of traditional medicine and integrated health approaches, which people are putting up not in just in the form of health services providers, but as good entrepreneurs. And an entrepreneur in field of health providers, pharmaceutical industry, in form of having a good media coverage on different things in relation to health, may give you a good idea about how can we live happily. So a very big round of applause and a very big congratulations to you, Sharon. On behalf of everyone, and I think we'll have a lot of smiles who all are listening to me right now and are thinking about the same video that you have covered. And we look forward for many, many more in the coming episodes in future. Isn't it right, Seema ji and Dr. Lakshmi Vyas?
absolutely. I can't wait for your next video. Like you said, you're going to put it together and you said, bring it forward on the next Ayurvedic episode. We want it now.
I'm really enjoying it, you know, for years, many, many years. Since 1978, I've been working in video, but I always had an editor, and a videographer. I was a director, but now I'm doing it all and I love it. I love doing it. I love finding the music and putting the images together. And, you know, I have to say that Neil Kumar has really encouraged me in this, and I really appreciate it, Neil. And Neil, did you like my logo for Healing Our Earth at the end?
Yes,
Perfect.
I love all the efforts that are coming in through. So it's so beautiful. What I more loved was you were standing in front of the Eastern crowd, where some of them were actually so well educated, but you stood your ground for what you learned 55 years back, and you enjoyed, your energy was actually enjoying, you know, slight, you know, there's always slight nervousness. What am I going to deliver? And as you grew into it, you were in the flow, and people enjoyed because they were mesmerized and said, my God, she knows our culture the way we do, but she's explaining it in a different style. So all the effort, and Sharon, I always love your videos and your production. Next time, maybe when you're chatting, as they're talking, scan through the products as well so we can see what they were selling and everything, so we can capture. But it's always beautiful, Sharon. As Seema says, Don't wait for tomorrow. Bring it now. Bring it on, girl. We want to see that. And let's ask Dr. Lakshmi Vyas what she thought. And Rajiv was there, of course, and he was obviously enjoying himself, as was Lata, who has got a comment to make. Rajiv?
Yeah, it was amazing. So very, very nice. Was beautifully done. And I was thinking that this was one of the things which I wanted to do at some point in time and didn't really manage to do, but you have done it. That putting the things together, people are doing so many things at different parts of the world, and it's quite nice to capture it so that people who are not there can see it. So you have shown it us, while if you would be talking about us, we would not be able to understand it properly or realize it, the importance of it. So that's fantastic. So let's do some more of that and have that. And I agree, probably, I think from what you have shown, I
So
probably
Sharon, what Rajiv is saying, we love the fly on the wall because we get to get the glimpse without having to travel and have a jet lag and everything. And we want more of it. And of course, we want to see about the Preston. And you mentioned our Dr. Dhanada Kulkarni. What a journey she made. It was 14,000 feet up there. And she said, Neil, I was breathless. I had to learn how to live there. I don't know how Sharon lives there without air. You know, she breathes and she is sustained. So she got an experience. Colorado, of course, is a mountainous region. She really enjoyed herself. Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, did you enjoy the capture from the NAMA conference?
Of course, it was a different experience and beautiful, Sharon. Sharon, you looked so beautiful, like a goddess, and your dress and the way you composed yourself was fantastic. I don't know what to say sometimes to you. I mean, how much energy you have and how many different type of work that you do, and with so many different kind of people. Amazing, amazing. I really, really appreciate it. And I pray that you keep it up always. And Andy and who's
Jonathan.
yeah, their lecture was also equally good. In fact, they talked on my favorite topic, that is noise pollution. About noise they were talking about. I have done my PhD on noise pollution, and their talk and what I was hearing was so resonating. And I was remembering my old, my research days and all that, how I went round and round to collect information, etc. She really brought those people who were exactly talking what I was reading and writing on my thesis. That, I mean, thanks to them. This also I wanted to convey. And
So Dr. Lakshmi, what we do when Amrita is putting up, and Sharon, you, Amrita and Dr. Lakshmi, and Rajiv, please do get involved in this. When she puts up a sound therapy, sound healing, sound bath, and music episode, we can concentrate, because noise pollution and sound pollution is a problem nowadays. Health and safety demands that any events above 70 decibels to be curtailed down. People don't understand decibels. So the new law in this country, of course, is if it's uncomfortable at your window, you can report it to the council as a noise pollution, because people don't have a level meter. But it's so important that we discuss with this point, and it's so beautiful. At this point, I would like to first of all thank Dr. Rajiv Gupta and Amrita. You know, they've been planning for 2-3 weeks, and Rajiv over the 3 weeks had to do a lot of monkey loops because there were 3-4 people who were booked, and then they had to change, and Rajiv just in 48 hours switched it over. And Ish Sharma, I mean, he stayed the whole episode. So beautiful. We send him a special thank you. And Professor Abhimanyu, a very senior person in the Ayurveda fraternity, but also in the IIT and IIM's organization. Plus, he's in Chicago right now, doing the exact thing what Dhanada wants to do as a Veda Mela. So Amrita, make sure that he's looked into it. Rajiv, I think you got the contact from Madan already, haven't you? So
No,
you
no,
can,
I spoke to him
yes.
from Jodhpur where he was there, and then
Oh, fantastic.
yeah.
And Rajiv, that was what a good catch because he was humble. He actually stayed beyond what you had asked him. You only asked him for a few minutes. He was here for 3 hours and he enjoyed because he was making comments and it was nice to live introduce. So if Rennie does a nice podcast interview and bring him into New York fraternity and Dhanada can maybe involve him directly into our Veda Melas because they are in-person Mela. So that will be so beautiful. And that's what we do at Healing Our Earth. We build our community, we grow. Each one of us are equal member of our platform Healing, which is a community, a panel, and together we are growing. So that's a beautiful part. So Rajiv, first of all, thank you because you've done very well. Amrita, thank you for backing Rajiv up. So it's a backup. We always have a backup just in case. And Rajiv, you are so much enjoying integrated health that maybe like I was saying, because now the British Parliament are actually listening to it. And even people like Bob Blackman and Rami, who is very keen to bring it up there, Dollar Poppert, who is not from that field because he's from transport, but is also interested. So I think it's a time where we'll ask Ravi Panot to maybe host a dinner or something, and then we get that projected. Now maybe is the time. And we don't forget our education section, Rajiv, Amrita. Amrita, you are very keen to go through children. Dr. Lakshmi Vyas is also very keen that if we start them young, and if we can train them now, it will be to leave a better legacy. So it's time to say, I love you guys all. Rajiv, Amrita, thank you. You've been here well before 2 o'clock and you are here well nearly at 7 o'clock. We traveled 5 continents today. We missed out Greenland and Iceland, but maybe they were sleeping and not available. But it was so beautiful that we traveled everywhere. And Sharon, you keep on recording your videos because we love it. You edit that, you enjoy it. The beautiful part is each time you are promoting others, you are elevating yourself into blissfulness, peacefulness, and happiness.
What was so beautiful was that these young women were coming up to me and saying, I'm so inspired. I'm going to go now back to my Bharatanatyam. They were like inspired to get into the dance again. And that made me so happy.
Yes. And I love the way Dhanada made sure that you are there. And then you brought in Michael as well. And Michael played, and mesmerized with harmonium and everything. And then both of you just rocked. And it was so glad that it was in your step. Albeit it was 3.5 hours drive exactly from where you were.
Curvy mountains terrain.
Yes, but you made the effort and everything. Let's go. Lata has been waiting. I think she wants to make a comment before we close with a nice humming of Gayatri mantra. Seema, get a mantra ready, and Amrita, get a mantra ready. Lata, you wanted to make a comment. Over to you.
Hi, Global Namaste. Finally. So what I wanted to just say is, that Mela, I wasn't aware it was in Colorado. I thought it was down below, but it's actually taken place now, has it there?
Yes, in Vail, which is very high, 10,000 feet. It's higher than where I live.
And how many people were there, out of interest?
I don't know how many.
कहाँ पहुँचे?
Yeah.
अच्छा अच्छा ठीक है.
To see all the different
चलो तो ठीक है.
Sorry, carry on.
So it was just wonderful to see all the young women, English and Indian, American women. And it was just so amazing to see all the different things. It's as if the earth is being starved of it, and now they're getting what they've been hungering for and waiting for, and the spark was there, and how they were just, what's the word? They were just taking it all in, weren't they? And you being a teacher and all that, it was just nice. It was very, very awe-inspiring as well. It elevated our spirits. But I loved what you did with Andy and thing, the 4 pillars of, what was it? 4 pillars of
Sound.
sound. Oh my God, that was amazing. It was just such a wonderful joy they brought to us today, to actually, experience sound and healing. And I wanted to ask them about the chakra of voice, how it actually resonates with that and heals the chakra of people who've been oppressed and lost their voice. So that in itself, when people are traumatized and they do lose their voice, their mental state. And I love the way Professor Madan related that nasal thing to the brain, the pituitary gland, and how it actually affects your mental health. It makes so much sense now, because I've felt mental health is the foundation, Dr. Rajiv. I don't know if you'd agree with me, and Dr. Rita, that it is the foundation of well-being is our mental state. And then Dr. Madan brought out the fact that it's all, the nasal breathing,
Nasya.
What's that word again?
Nasya. So basically,
Yeah.
the
That
whole
little
circulation. Yeah.
muscle he was talking about, where it goes up to connects to the pituitary, makes so much sense, doesn't it? And our Ayurveda is so full of wealth of information to what the planet needs in good health and well-being and mental health. So well done, everyone. You've done it really. Another great episode.
Thank you. So Lata enjoyed herself and everybody enjoyed. We got good report outside. So we bring on more. Rajiv, maybe look at tail end of August, another integrated. We have got lots of other events that are lined up. We will just quickly run through the future events so that we know what they are. And moving on from there, we can see which dates are available. So we'll just quickly rush through some of the events. So next week, if you like, those who like Environment Day, like Dr. Lakshmi, Sharon, you're going to send your speakers, John and them lot. Your slot is available from 10:30 your time till 11:30. If we need to extend, don't worry. We'll go on that. So next week is World Environment Day, land restoration, desertification, and draft, resilience. So anything like that we'll do. Then the following week will be eye care. Eyes are precious. Indeed, they are precious. How can we take care of our eyes? What should we watch out for? What diet should we be having to improve our eyesight, etc.? So be aware of that. Week after that will be diabetes awareness. Your body, your responsibility. So diabetes is very important subject. We have got a very big personality coming at 2:00, all the way from India, from a big hospital. So that'll be very good. International Yoga Day special. Let's bring in fun and bring the best yoga people. Although it's Friday 21st, we are doing just immediately day after on there, missing one day we are doing there. And we bring the Glow Women again, the trend-setting women of the world, which the group is already in a setup, and hopefully tail end of September and October, everybody can join in. Then it goes with Ayurveda, kids and teens. So it's been a while since we have brought children on. Then Guru Purnima, and all of you are interested in all of these episodes, and International Day of Friendship. Time to say that we love you all the good efforts that everybody has put. Seema, your last word before we do a nice chanting of Gayatri mantra.
What an amazing session with so much knowledge, everything from integrated health practices to the wonderful global Veda Mela, Colorado. I do have one question for you, Sharon. Given that you were on a high altitude in the mountains, I remember when I went to Machu Picchu, they offered me cocoa tea. Do you have anything like that to counteract the effects of high altitude in Colorado that works?
Well, we have a hyperbaric chamber, actually.
Wow.
So if anybody's feeling bad, we can go in there. I like to use it. It really helps me regardless. But for me, it was okay because I'm living at 2,000 feet below Vail. So
does that provide more extra oxygen, right?
Oh, the hyperbaric chamber is incredible. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
It fills your whole system with oxygen. And when I'm in there, I'm doing the 6 healing sound practice. I'm doing pranayama. When I'm in there, I stay for an hour at a time. And I'm also doing the practice of healing the organs and the sounds for the organs from the Taoist Qigong tradition. So I'm not just laying in there, like I'm actually using the time to do my practices and really bring the oxygen in deeper into my system.
Fantastic. So you really elevate your levels of chi.
Yes.
In many ways. That's fabulous. So as we all feel so full with chi after this session, we've been ignited on so many levels. I just wanted to thank all of you and hand it over to Amrita. Thank you for such a wonderful session, and thank you to our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar, all our participants and all our viewers. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be. So thank you so much. Stay well, stay safe, stay blessed. Over to you, Amrita.
Amrita, you need to unmute yourself. And while you are doing that, Rajiv, remember the next few episodes, because you do like other sections as well, like the Guru Purnima. You actually like environment too. As a Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, you are a panelist, so you can just sign in anytime, particularly when Sister Jayanti is at about 4 o'clock. If you could ask all your panels to be there near that time, that would be very useful, so that we can tap into her as a question, which will be very nice. Sharon, you of course know Hannah and John Milton and so many others. Lee Torcha, she likes environment as well. So whoever you like, just bring your panel, 10:30 p.m. your time. Amrita will keep in touch with you. Rotarian Lal Goyal is there between 9 and 10 India, which is your time, 9:30 to 10:30 in the morning, and British time of 4:30 to 5:30 as well. So it's all beautiful. Let's combine together, and all of you also keep the list of the women that you know who can join the GLOW Women. GLOW stands for global and W stands for women. So it's GLOW Women. Amrita, nice, lovely Gayatri mantra from you. Unmute yourself. And then, okay, yes, I don't know how you lost your course thing, but there you are. You can unmute yourself. And
Yeah,
over to
thank you. I wasn't able to unmute. Anyhow, thank you so much, everyone. Before we wind up, I'd like to answer Lataji's short question. I think she might not take a query back home after the episode. So the Vishuddhi chakra has a big relevance in relation to sound and vibrations. Whatever you speak, how you are speaking, your tone of speaking, your words that you select for speaking has a big relevance with the energy transfer on the metabolic rate of your body, because thyroid gland is directly related with Shuddhi chakra. And there are a lot of people in the world who can't express themselves though they want to, which also triggers a lot of mental disorders in their mind. And there are also a lot of people who are pretty outspoken, but that's also a big problem in their life. So overexpression of a chakra or an underexpression of a chakra is a part of their personality, but it is all related with the hormonal imbalance as well as the endocrine system, with the neurophysiological functions of the body. And that's why working on humming meditation, working on mantra chanting, and the words you select while speaking and the tone of your voice can make a tremendous difference in healing yourself, which people aren't aware about. So that's what is the answer of your question. I would like to especially thank Professor Rajiv Gupta for making this episode really very, very good, for bringing experts from all the integrative parts of the health system and clubbing them together, and we could have a great chat and panel discussion. And also a wonderful thanks to Sharon Rose. As always, she has been a rose of our family, and we wish that she keeps brimming herself and us with all her happiness, joys, and the beautiful talent she has, which we still are always yearning for. Thank you at last, all the viewers, for your support and your love for making this episode as well a wonderful memory for the past. We'll be bringing you another episode the next Sunday on World Environment Day. So watch out with all of us what we have to talk with our experts on environment and sustainability. Let's wind up today's episode with Gayatri Batra.
Thanks for being a great co-host, Amrita.
Thank you, Rajiv ji. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Hiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Hiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Shanti Shanti